Good morning. How's everyone today? Oh, we can do better today. How is everybody? Good morning. That's better. It's going to be 50, almost 60 degrees today. There's no snow. It's not raining. Hey, this is a great day compared to what we've had the last few weeks, the last month or so. So again, good morning. My name is Monroe Height. I'm the Chief of Right-of-Way with DelDOT. I want to welcome you to the 10th Annual Utility Summit. Yes, 10 years. Can't believe it's been 10 years. So we have an action-full agenda today. Hopefully you picked up the agenda today at the front desk. For those that came in late or used the back entrance, please make sure you go to the desk to sign in. Speaking of which, if you want PDH credit for today, for attending today, you need to make sure to sign in both this morning as well as after lunch, and make sure to check off PDH. There's a column on the far right. As you saw, we've changed the format of today's summit based upon the feedback we received from last year. And you can see probably the most recognizable item is we're all in person. We decided to do away with the virtual in order to entice participation. And we have a couple of incentives today to hopefully entice folks to participate, one of which we'll be giving out DelDOT bucks. Yes, DelDOT bucks. You can use that towards a gift. There will be a gift at the end of the day, as well as there will be a gift at the end of the day, almost like a raffle. So please try to stay to the very end, so that you can get your gift if you have the correct token. Some housekeeping items. The restrooms, there's two. The restrooms are out this door. Go turn left, go down the hall. It's literally behind the screen here. The other restrooms are out back, the back door, turn left, and in the hallway. DelTech is a tobacco-free facility, so if you need to partake in tobacco, you have to leave the facility or leave the campus. As I mentioned, just to give our overview of the agenda, we have a lot of topics today, a variety of topics. We will have a morning break around 9:55, 10-ish. We will adjourn for lunch around 11:35, and then reconvene about 12:45, 1 o'clock to finish out the afternoon. There will, although there's not denoted as far as having a break, we will have a break where we'll have refreshments in the afternoon. Help yourself. We won't necessarily have a formal or designated break in the afternoon. We did mention polling, so we have polling. We will be utilizing poll everywhere like we normally do. Unfortunately, we're unable to put it on the screen, so you have the QR code that's on the second page of the agenda, or you can use your phone, type in the address. But we will be using that throughout the day. I just want to go through all. So if you have comments or comments or questions, or want to say something, please wait. We are going to have folks with a microphone that will come to you. Please wait for the microphone to come to you so that everyone has an opportunity to hear the question or comment. All right. I just want to make sure I don't see back here is Monica or Becky. We're good. DelDOT bucks. Okay, the DelDOT bucks. Okay, so when you participate, so if you have a question or comment, you will get a DelDOT buck, and you'll be able to redeem that later. Folks will be going around to do that, and the most folks with the most DelDOT bucks will get a prize or get a gift. All right, before I bring up the secretary, if you can indulge me, we're going to get up and move around. Some of you had an opportunity to meet folks. So what we like to do, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Yes, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. And I want you to introduce yourself to as many folks you can within those 2 minutes. And you want to ask 2 questions. Is this your first summit? And if it's not, how many times have you attended the summit in the past? And what do you wish to achieve, or what is your goal for today? So I'm going to give you all 2 minutes. Please introduce yourself, not to someone that you already know, to someone that you don't know, and try to get as many as you can within those 2 minutes. And I'm gonna have a timer, so you can start right now. Okay, you have 30 seconds. All right, that's time. That's 2 minutes. All right, folks, you can return to your seats, please. All right, that's 2 minutes. 2 minutes. All right, if we could get to our seats, we'd like to get started. We want to try to stay on agenda as much as possible. So, with a raise your hand, how many folks had a chance to introduce themselves to 5 people? Okay, a few. All right, 4, 3. That's not bad. And 2. I should have said the minimum should have been 2. Okay, very good. So hopefully you had an opportunity to connect with someone that you may not know, or you probably have emailed and you probably want to put a face to a name, which is good. So thank you for doing that. So after the secretary comes up, we will have municipal insight from the city of Newark and city of Dover. But it's my pleasure at this time to bring up or introduce to you the cabinet secretary, Shantae Hastings. Shantae.
Monroe has warmed you up. So good morning. I mean, that was okay, I guess. I'll let you slide. So very excited to be here at the 10th Utility Summit, which seems crazy. And as I was introducing myself to some new people, I said, I'm pretty sure I've been to all 10. I haven't necessarily stayed for the whole time for all 10, but I think I've made a presence here. And so glad to see so many of you here. So just a little audience participation. How many of you are from utility companies? Raise your hands high. Oh, that's a good, okay. How many of you are from the consulting world? Very good. And then how many of my DelDOT friends are here? It's pretty even actually, which is great because that's a great way that we'll be able to communicate and collaborate together. We're in this together at the end of the day. We obviously have our DelDOT projects that we work on. You're doing different projects for the private sector, and then we have that intersection when we have economic development projects. So excited to see all of you here. You know that we have done some things over the last year, and there are some things to come to try and streamline, to try and make sure that we're coordinating and collaborating well. We obviously have our Utilities Coordination Council. We have some working groups under there, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that we are communicating, that we're speaking the same language, that we're pushing towards the same goals. Obviously, we have different priorities at times, but it's exciting to have all of you here today so that we can work together. So hopefully this works. Yay! So as Monroe mentioned, I'm Shantae Hastings. I am the Cabinet Secretary as of January 30th of this year. I'm very excited to lead this agency of dedicated folks and to coordinate with all of you. So we start all of our presentations off with our mission statement to provide excellence in transportation for every trip, every mode, every dollar, and every one. That's why we all get out of bed to come to work every day. And starting in 2022, when we saw the huge spike in fatal fatal crashes on our roads, we started adding this slide to every presentation that we do. So it includes the current year-to-date stats and then looking back a couple of years. So you'll see, and actually the number in 2025, believe it or not, is actually 6 instead of 7. We just got an alert last night that one of the fatal crashes that happened was a medical incident, and so DSP has taken that off of the fatal crash list. So we're at 6 fatalities for 2025 versus 13 at the same time last year and 18 at the same time 2 years ago. So definitely trending in a better direction. I believe January was, in the last 6 years, this January was the lowest amount of fatal crashes that we've seen. So that's a blessing, but you still have 6 people that didn't get to go home to their families, and so our work is not done. I also want to highlight our Be Delaware campaign. So if any of you haven't taken the safety pledge, I would encourage you to do so. The safety pledge is all about keeping each other safe. So if you're a driver, it's keeping yourself safe, it's keeping the cyclists and walkers and transit riders that you encounter safe, and the same for all of them. We all have a shared responsibility. We've been using something called the Safe System Approach. It's probably close to 2 years now. And so and many of you have seen and participated in this, but I like for all of us to read the words around the circle because I think it's really important. It's a different focus on safety than we've had in the past. So we'll start at the top and go around clockwise. So death and serious injuries are unacceptable. Humans make mistakes. Humans are vulnerable. Responsibility is shared. Safety is proactive, and redundancy is crucial. So when you think about safety through that lens, you make different decisions. And you've seen us making different decisions over the last few years. Easy things to point to would be our cable median barrier down Route 1 that we have installed over the last several years. We had a horrific crash on Route 1 where a family of 6, 5 of them passed away because someone crossed over the median and crashed head on into them. And we could say, well, guardrail barrier wasn't required. On Route 1, based on the speed, based on the median width, all of those things, the manual says you don't have to do anything. And so we hadn't done anything. And then we said, well, it's unacceptable for 5 people out of a 6-person family to die. And so we're going to put that median barrier in. It's not required. We're going to pay the millions of dollars to do it, and we're going to save lives. And especially during the winter and icy conditions, you see how many lives get saved every time you're driving it. Anytime you see posts knocked down, you know that somebody didn't cross over and potentially kill someone else or themselves. And so we're doing things like that. Up on the Route 13 corridor in the Newcastle area, we have pedestrian fatal problems. We've added sidewalk, we've done lighting, we have marked crosswalks. That wasn't working. And so we've put in median barrier and fencing. So literally people have to cross at designated crossings. And these are the types of things that you will continue to see us do. We're putting in a ton of roundabouts. Some people don't like them, but guess what? They're safer than your traditional intersections. And I'll go to bat every day for a roundabout. They save lives 100%. And so there are decisions that we're making that are, especially the redundancy is crucial. We have to do more. What more can we do to make sure that somebody gets to go home? And so as we're interacting with all of you in the utilities world, we're making decisions to make sure that folks can stay safe. So it might be doing a little bit extra, but if that means that, again, someone can go home to their family at night, it's worth doing. Just wanted to give you a brief update on our changes with organizational structure. So when I moved into the secretary role, Lainey Clymer, who was formerly our director of finance, moved into the deputy secretary role. Ann Brown, director of maintenance operations, will be moving over to finance in the next couple of weeks. That leaves a vacancy in our maintenance and operations division, and we are working on filling that today. And then Mark Lutz, who Eric told me that he was orange, and he's not orange. And Mark Lutz became our chief engineer. So we are trying to get settled in. Hopefully over the next month or so, all of the switching of roles will change or will slow down. But I'm very excited to have this great leadership team and work with them towards our mission. And lastly, a birdie told me that it's someone's birthday. Brianna Kovac. Come on, stand up, girl. Any other birthdays in the room today? Any other birthdays? Well, we're gonna sing to you real quick because I know she is. She's very happy. And I'm gonna take a picture of her standing up too while we're singing. So let's start, guys. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Brianna. Happy birthday to you. Brianna is a total rock star, and that's why I called her out today. But thank you for indulging, and thank you for spending your birthday with us. Nowhere else. So with that, I really encourage you to actively participate today. Get your DelDOT bucks. I mean, I kind of wish that I was staying, because if anyone knows, I'm very competitive and I would be doing all the things to get the DelDOT bucks, but it's okay. But really, take time to network, especially. That was great, going around. Try and meet someone that you don't know. It's really important. It's great to put faces with names. And I really hope that you have a great summit today and take a lot from it so that we can continue pushing forward in 2025. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Shantae. Erica's going to come up now to introduce our next topic, which will be the municipal insight from the city of Newark and the city of Dover.
All right. Next will be Tim from Newark. And then after that will be Jason. So give Tim a hand.
Good morning. Nice to be first, I guess, a little bit. Secretary Hastings, if you don't run away, I appreciate your roundabout commentary. Thank you. Well, we'll put them in if you allow us. So thank you. Just to get started, for a quick introduction, again, my name is Tim Flasky. I'm Director of Public Works and Water Resources with the city of Newark. I'm actually the third choice to make this presentation, so we'll see how it goes. But I also have with me here today Ethan Robinson. He's our Deputy Director and de facto DelDOT liaison. So he's over there critiquing what I say, whether it's correct or not. We do have 3 separate utilities within our department. That's the water, sewer, and stormwater. Stormwater is relatively new. I think Jason used to have a stormwater utility, but they got rid of it pretty quickly. We're able to continue ours and make some great progress in the city of Newark. We also have our own electric utility department, and Bhadresh Patel, our Director of Electric, is here as well. So that's just a little bit about Newark. We do have a ton of projects that go on a daily basis. It seems like every turn we go, we see there's another DelDOT project, and we certainly welcome them. We wouldn't be able to get them done without DelDOT, and we want to make sure that that we're a good partner, as well as them being a good partner to us, and make sure that our utilities are safe and can continue to provide the service to our residents and businesses. I do have a disclaimer. Obviously, we're geographically limited to Newark, so most of our work is with the Canal District, and so your experiences may vary from what we see on a daily basis. So I'll start off with advanced utility relocation. The last 10 years or 5 years, I guess, have seen a lot of high impact projects in and around Newark. That we repaved or reconstructed Main Street. We added a 2-way cycle track on Delaware Avenue, and then expanded Elkton Road pretty substantially outside of on south on the way to Maryland. And then obviously the I-95, 896 interchange is a pretty massive project that's going on as we speak. So as you can see up here, I just really identifying the project team early and often. Even if it changes, let us know the changes, let us know what's going on, and as long as we know, we can help get the project moving. The teams have always done a great job of cooperation and coordinating with the city, whether it's DelDOT's in-house PMs or one of their consultants. Just to name a few: JMT, KCI, AECom. It helps that it's Delaware and we pretty much all know one another. But generally, we use these same consultants in our daily business. And when they know our system, we know them. When they are working on a DelDOT project and they say, hey, I know city's got water running through here, we need to call the city, they know exactly who to get a hold of, whether it's Bhadresh for the electric or Ethan or I for the sewer projects. So a little bit of troubleshooting during construction, and I do apologize to Jason. I thought he was going first, so I had a joke all prepared, but now goes to hell. So you will see, so basically when we have an issue, this issue actually came up on a pretty sizable project on Kirkwood Highway. They were doing substantial storm sewer improvements in addition to the lane configuration and some pedestrian improvements around Polly Drummond Road. So the project team reached out to, like I said, our DelDOT coordinator, and he was able to quickly develop a path forward. And we actually put together this plan to make sure that they knew exactly what fittings they needed to use and things like that. And again, we're in Delaware. We were using the same contractor to do our water main, so they were able to come in and make this repair and get out of DelDOT's way, so you guys can move forward. So that is me. It's a different shirt. You can see, I think I had the same jacket on earlier. So basically, we want to think of the little things that especially when you're in Newark. We're 9 square miles. I know. I think Dover's like 30 square miles. So 9 square miles is not, you can get from one end of town to the other. But if it's move out day, move in day, if there's a football game going on or something like that, there's always something to get in the way. So obviously, where can we get water for a project? Where can we park our trucks? If there's an easement acquisition, lay down areas, we know everybody in town. It's a small town, basically. We can get to where we need to go. We can tell people, hey, DelDOT's going to be reaching out to you. They need some space to, whatever project they're working on. So again, reaching out early and often and making sure that communication line is open is very important. And again, we know what the residents want. We want to make sure that we're giving the residents the correct information, even if it has to change from time to time. We can handle that. That communication with the residents. I know for the Main Street project, we actually, I know DelDOT brought in a consultant, and it was literally her job to, whenever we had an issue, they would reach out to her. She would try to take care of it. If she couldn't, she'd reach out to us, and it worked out really, really well. But obviously, that was a pretty substantial project that kept people off the roads or at least off of Main Street for a year or two. And again, no one really knows Newark businesses or residents like we do. We're happy to step in and help out whenever we can. So a little bit more about utility coordination. When sometimes DelDOT will do a project, or there'll be a project going on that doesn't necessarily affect Newark, but the detour may affect Newark. So if I-95 needs work between the 273 and 896 interchange, a lot of times that detour will come down Route 4 and then back onto 896. So that's a pretty significant change for us. And we see a ton of traffic that we don't normally see. So just keeping us in the loop and making sure that we're all on the same page is certainly is a plus for every project. Sorry, missed a page. So utility markouts. I know every utility here does utility markouts. We're all subject to this utility, and for all of our utilities, it's probably the most important thing we do. We can put in new stuff, we can put in, we can repair the old stuff, but if somebody doesn't know where our stuff is, there's a ton of stuff out in the road. There's 15 different utilities out there, but it can also be a challenge for a small municipalities to actually make these long-term projects. Every 10 days we're out there refreshing things. The biggest thing I can think of, the biggest challenge is like I-95, 896. There's 50, 60, 70 mile an hour, depending on if the traffic camera is functional. And then, even just the amount of traffic and detours that are on 896, it's tough to, for our guy to jump out there and do some of the mark out. So DelDOT has been great about traffic control in order to get us out there to make sure we are locating our work zones, but we are at the mercy of every other utility. So even though the water is ours and the sewer is ours, the sewer, this green mark was a sewer directional drill that then ran into our water valve box. So you can tell by the, I don't know if this actually does a thing. Anyway, you can see by the, I don't know if the water mark out there. That's his blue boot. But again, if there's a mismark, when something like this happens, we get contacted immediately. We figure it out, we move forward, and everybody goes home happy. Directional drilling is it's a tough one, but we typically like to get, you know, physical locates when possible. So people out there doing the budgets, maybe not, but physical location by the contractor saves everybody a lot of time. But I also understand that it's, you know, we don't mandate it on our projects. I can't say that, you know, DelDOT would mandate it on their projects, but we definitely want to make sure that that our utilities are safe and that everybody's following the same rules. So just to kind of go over a couple improvements that we may recommend, communicate the bad and the good in an official manner. Anything we do, we can, you know, anything that comes our way, we can handle it. We've probably seen 90% of what's going to come our way already, and we probably have a template for, you know, how we handle it. So as long as, and then we obviously have utilities in DelDOT right-of-ways within the city. As long as we're able to restore any emergency that we have, you know, as fast as possible. We have water main break, we have water running all over the road, sometimes freezing. We want to get that fixed. The patch may not be pretty, but we'll come back and address that. We probably have 3 or 4 that are hanging out there on some of the high-speed roads that we bring concrete to the top and leave it there for a while. We will get to those eventually. I'm not sure if anybody's here that's going to call me on Tuesday or Wednesday and figure that out, but and then obviously the confirmed locates, meaning physical location of the locates, not just a horizontal mark, but have that vertical location as well. Most water mains 30 or 42, maybe 5 feet deep, but we found them at 8 feet deep. We found them at 2.5 feet deep. So as much as we like digging up and fixing a 2.5 foot water line, we'd rather be a little deeper. And I just had to kind of throw in the maintenance agreements. We have so many maintenance agreements out there. I know there's been a little bit of a push on maintenance agreements lately, but we want to make sure that the shared responsibilities that we have along with DelDOT are, you know, are honored. And if they need to be revised, let's get those, you know, let's put an effort together to get that revised. This is not a DelDOT street, so I don't know about the specs on that one, but that's just one of our picture of our crew that they reluctantly stood in line there for that. So that's about all I have. It's just some information. If you have any questions, happy to answer them, but I know Jason's got some exciting stuff to talk about next. So I appreciate your time and enjoy the rest of the day.
Morning, everybody. And Tim, I will hold you to that joke that you're going to say. So lunchtime, maybe we have a little skit. Not sure how you feel about that. Let's see. Oh, questions or comments? Does anyone have any questions or comments? Tim, you're off the hook. Well done. Appreciate the info. Okay, so my name is Jason Lyon. I work for the city of Dover. My title is Director of Water and Wastewater and Engineering Services. I've been with the city going on 18 years, so I've seen quite a bit. I also want to inform everyone that while we don't have Dover bucks, I want a big announcement here. And I know we're in the northern portion of the city, but if you happen to go downtown today, be very careful because there's a huge Lego sale. People are lined up for blocks. I told my wife I wouldn't make a joke. Clearly I haven't. Okay, enough of that. But what I will say is I am happy to be joined here from some team members. Paul Thompson, our construction manager, is here. Velvet Johnson, our construction inspector, and Paul Waddell, our electric director, is here. So if you have any questions about the city of Dover, talk to those three, and I will just kind of blend into the background. I also should take this moment to, Tim made a good point about Miss Utility. Miss Utility has now been rebranded called Delmarva 811. Same system, it's just a matter of getting in line with the national message of 811 as a national number. And for everyone in this room, it's important that I probably take this moment to tell you that we are revising the law. So if you go to delmarva811.com, there's a link on there for the proposed law. We hope to get that in front of legislature probably this spring, summer-ish timeframe. But for those of you in the room that I know, I've seen a few people that I recognize have helped on this law change. We appreciate it. It will impact everyone in this room. And if you want to talk about that offline, you can certainly catch me throughout the day. Okay, so I'm just going to talk about a couple of things today. State utility permits for private development is kind of a thing that the city of Dover deals with more often than not. And it's not as simple as a normal DelDOT project, and I'll get into the details on that later. And then a couple of DelDOT project coordination, some good things, some bad things, some things that we learned, and how we can move forward as a cooperative entity. So this, for those of you in the utility world know this, this is only on the screen for one reason. I think 2 years ago, Eric had put up how bad we were doing as a city of Dover, turning things around as far as reviewing. It's really hard to read, so maybe you can just take my word for it, but we are kicking ass this year. We're within 30 days. So Paul, thank you for that. I appreciate all the help you're doing on that project. And I want to get out in front of it in case Eric throws us under the bus later. So there's proof in the pudding. So anyway, so everyone sees this. This is the utility permit dashboard where you submit your permits to DelDOT. And this is where you get projects from DelDOT. So probably last year we received this list of items that are needed to submit a utility permit. It's not that different than what it was before. It's just now it's memorialized and now we have it so we can provide it to our developer friends. The issue that we foresee is that when we have private developments, the city of Dover has a fair amount of properties that are on DelDOT roads, residential. In fact, DelDOT has about 50 miles of linear road in the city. So there's a lot of adjacent properties in the city that have to get onto state roads. So one of the things that a private developer has an issue with is they don't usually have an engineer on firm. If we have a big development, an apartment complex or a shopping mall, there's an engineer, they go through the process, they submit the plans, it goes through DelDOT, it goes through all the agencies, it gets reviewed, they have the plan to submit the utility permit. But with a private developer, a home builder, they go into the city of Dover, they said, I want to build a house at 273 Acorn Lane, and it's just a building permit. And then they get hit with, okay, well, we need all these items before you can enter the state right of way. And at some point in time, these developers are up against it. They have they just bought the property. They want to flip it. They want to build it so they don't have to get out from under the mortgage, so they can get the house built. So these are two examples of a state utility permit that we had worked with the developer to get the information to put on a plan to submit through this SUP. And you would notice that there are some approximate locations of the utilities that you can see and how that impacts the water connection that they're going to do. So when we talk to this developer about this, and here's a couple of pictures of what they see when they open up the road. They sometimes get frustrated because they're kind of, we didn't know we needed to do this. We just thought we're going to build a house and connect to the water and to the sewer and get the electric connected, and we're gonna go. So these are things that, you know, we as a collaborative group can somewhat try to improve upon. You know, the only thing I can suggest is that, and I know this is going to be impossible, but if we had a database of underground utilities that we could access, maybe even DelDOT has it, and we could point our developer to that to get that information, because typically, if you're putting in a designer ticket through Delmarva 811, you're waiting 15 days, and that's if you're lucky. So that can hold up the process. So that's a dream for myself and some of our board members on Delmarva 811. We're really trying to get this kind of database built so that everyone knows where everything is. It will make life a lot easier. We totally understand there's homeland security issues. There are proprietary information issues that could cause that to be a speed bump, but that's just, you know, the biggest goal. And of course, if we could have these requirements provided to the builders and developers before they submit the building permit, I don't know how we do that. Maybe we talk to some sort of a contractor agency that let them know that this is what you would do if you're building, or ABC, DCA, something like that. Maybe that would be beneficial for them to have, so they can provide it to their team and they know it ahead of time before they go and build a building. Okay, so that's the private stuff. Project coordination, a couple of highlights. And as Tim mentioned, there are significant projects of DelDOT in Dover. It's not going to slow down. We have needs for capacity on roads. While Kent County isn't growing as much as Sussex County or even Newcastle, there is growth happening in this area. So it's going to happen. So we have to be able to coordinate. This particular project is in the center of town on Forest Avenue and Salisbury Road, also known as Route 8 and Route 15. And there was a intersection upgrade as well as some additional lanes of traffic, primarily due to the POW MIA road, which kind of interconnects Route 1 and 13 through the town. So here's the intersection. That came out great. I'm sorry, that should have been clearer. But this is the intersection that we're looking at now. This is the plans that we were receiving. So everyone that is in this room sees plans like this very frequently. It's jumbled. There's a lot of stuff to look at. And it just takes a lot of time, diligence, and effort for everyone to look at that. I'm not saying anything you guys don't know, but this is just something that the utilities have to deal with when these plans come through. This is specifically the water relocation plan. So this one hit us pretty hard because of the fact that there was additional stormwater being introduced into this intersection. Water lines had to be relocated. And there's a lot of stuff going on in this little intersection. And there's a ton of coordination. We had to work with our team to make sure that the water outages was planned correctly. We notified people in the area. And this specific area has an elderly home nearby, which serves a fair amount of folks. There's offices, there's grocery stores, there's pharmacies in this intersection. And when we went to put in the water relocation, we found out that we did not have a valve that was working. So if we had to shut down the water, we would have, the scope of the project would have escalated tremendously. So what we have on the screen here on the left is an overview of the scope of the water lines. The middle is the intersection itself. And on the right is further south towards North Street or the POW MIA road. That is where we worked with DelDOT and we put in an insertion valve, which is basically a valve that you put in under pressure on your water line. So you can activate a valve so you can close it off to do the water relocation. And we were really pleased with that. Very happy with DelDOT coordination with that. We turned that around very quickly. So kudos to DelDOT for stepping up and helping us out with that one. This is another example of sometimes things are built maybe not the best way. So this is a curb box that is installed within a curb. DelDOT and the city of Dover agreed this is not ideal. So DelDOT quickly provided a sketch, kicked it over to our team to review, make sure we're okay with it. This is another example of good collaboration and coordination to make sure that we get a final product that we can all live with. This is not ideal, having this curb kind of jog around the valve, but it is better than having a valve embedded in the concrete. So this same project, this project had another fun event. So on the northeast corner of this intersection, we have a Subway, small mom and pop store. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. I told my wife I wouldn't do any jokes. It has worked so far, so you know. So this particular case, the contractor had to relocate a fire hydrant. And when they relocated the fire hydrant, they put a new fire hydrant lead in. And in the middle picture, that is a sanitary sewer stub that they cut. On the top left, you can see that they stuffed rags down into that lateral on the top, hoping that we wouldn't find this out. There was a lot of $5 footlongs stuffed in that lateral. And our friends at Subway called us up and said, what's the deal? We're not paying for this. So again, we worked really quickly with DelDOT. Our team got on and said, hey, listen, we need to get this repaired quickly and effectively. And again, kudos to DelDOT. They got on top of it. They got on top of their contractor. They got the lateral fixed. Water line was relocated. Everything's back to order, and Subway is happy. So these are kind of things that you don't anticipate happening during a project. And the key is really just to be flexible and work with your partner and get the job done as soon as you can, because business would suffer. It's bad PR, the whole nine. Everyone knows what we're dealing with. All right, second project that we're gonna highlight is active. This is a pretty substantial project, again, on the west side of town, increasing capacity on Kenton Road from Route 8 up north towards Chestnut Grove Road. So this is probably half a mile west of the project that we were just talking about. This project, to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, city team, this is the first time that I can remember the DelDOT utilizing an active website to reach out to the residents and the constituents in the area to make sure they're aware of what's going on. They can look at plans, they can look at the status of the project, any detours that are coming up. And as a city, we were super stoked because I'm sure Newark can probably mention this as well. When there's a project in the city of Dover, regardless if it's in DelDOT right-of-way or not, we are usually the ones that are first called. So this is an easy way for us to kind of, instead of just telling them, call this phone number, go to this website. There's a lot of information. So again, kudos to DelDOT for this. We really appreciated this. This is a very easy way for us to punt any complaints and get that off our plate. So we're happy with that. So Kenton Road, again, very large project. The one thing I want to highlight with this is, again, another project with more lanes, which means more stormwater, which means we have to relocate water lines. And there was one sewer line relocation as well. So we received this markup that you see in front of you from the contractor. So when we received this information, our construction team, you know, we all kind of huddled up, looked at it and said, there's a lot of stuff going on here that we need to look at. But in the same time, we received another markup from the design engineer. So for us as a utility, what we would clearly benefit from is one line of communication so that we're on the same page, because the stuff that we see from the contractor and the engineer weren't lining up. So we worked with the engineer and said, hey, listen, if we could we just get, you know, the contractor filter it through you as the engineer and or DelDOT, then bring it to us so we know what we're looking at so we don't have to do the work twice. So that all worked out, really happy to say. And we got a game plan on how to work with this. Tim, you had mentioned about, you know, utility locating is only as good as the information we have when we do design work. When we get out in the field, things miraculously change. So things are located a little differently, or maybe there was something they found underground that they had to shift the design a little bit. So everyone in this room knows there's going to be some field changes, but it's important that we have those field change requests come through one point of contact. So communication, we could talk about that all day. That's important in every aspect of life. I feel like the DelDOT and the City of Dover communication is going great. Like I said, I've been here for 18 years. I've seen some ebbs and flows, but I feel as though with these major projects that are causing a lot of disturbance, we're getting answers quickly from DelDOT. We're getting resolutions quickly from DelDOT, and you know, ultimately this is going to improve the city. So we're happy with that. I think that's it. Here's my contact information. Do you guys want one more joke? What do you call a computer that sings? I think I heard it, but I'll say it so I take credit for the joke. Adele. Adele. All right. Enjoy the day, guys. If you need to talk to me about anything, just try to find me.
All right, so are there any comments or questions before we move into the next? This is how you get your money, folks. Hot prizes. All right. So next we're gonna move into the SR24 Duck Bank presentation. So Joe, we'll kick it off.
Thanks, Eric. So going to present on the SR24 utility duct bank. John Gaines, he was the PM for this for DelDOT with PD South. George Pierce was Group 4 construction, oversaw the construction of this, and he's going to be talking about the construction of this after I go through some of the design work. And then myself, Joe Hofste with AECOM, I was the consultant engineer. Also want to thank Kristen Conway from Century Engineering who did the utility coordination on this. So going to go through a couple items: existing conditions, utility coordination, the design, the construction, and then some lessons learned. So existing conditions. So out here, we pretty much had all the utilities you could get out here. So we had both underground and overhead utilities. We had Verizon, they had underground, overhead. We had Tidewater. We had Comcast with under and overhead. We had Chesapeake Utility Gas. We had Delaware Electric Co-op. We had Mediacom, and then we had Crown Castle Fiber. We had, on here, I have the overhead lines shown in red. So we had them both on the northbound side of 24. So 24 is running left to right, and then Mulberry Knoll is up and down. So on the northbound side, on the top side, we had overhead utility lines. On the bottom side, we had the overhead utility lines too. The blue lines, those are our water lines that were in there. And then we also, I have encircled, if you can see them, those are all the poles that we had out there. So we had a lot of utilities there that we had to have moved. So this is an overhead shot of it. What I have shown with the white lines, those are your overhead utility lines there. So we had quite a few overhead utilities going down 24 and Mulberry Knoll. And then right here, I have a picture of Street View. So that house on that corner property right there, that's that little white house there. As you can see, it's really close to the existing roadway and the utility poles as is at this location. So that was a major concern we had to work around. So getting into the design of the project. So we're widening the project from 1 lane in each direction to 2 lanes in each direction and adding sidewalk on both sides. We were converting a stop control intersection to a signalized intersection. And this is really important because we have all those overhead utility lines there. We now had to find a place to put a signal head and mast arms, which would be in direct conflict with all those overhead utilities and trying to get clearance. So as you can see, we had mast arms in all 4 corners. So there wasn't a clean corner without mast arms out there. We are also adding turn lanes on 24. And then to avoid the relocations of those homes that you see on the top side of the screen, we only had 10 foot of right of way behind the back of curb to work with. So we had a very tight area that we had to work with, and a lot that we had to put in that area. So that's why we started looking at the duct bank in this area. So the utility coordination, we had above ground utilities that needed to relocate underground. And the reason we had to take those overhead utilities all underground was because of those signal mast arms that we had out there. So those all had to go underground in that area. We had the limited right of way that I mentioned, the close proximity homes, and that new signal. And then the big thing was the utility still needed to serve those homes in those areas. And that's going to be important with the duct bank design. And then we had existing gas line under Mulberry Knoll already there that we needed to avoid. We had existing Tidewater facilities underneath 24 Mulberry Knoll that we had to avoid. And then we also had sewer that we had to avoid. Then we had the concern, if we let all the utilities just go in there, first one comes in, takes up all the room, there's no more room for the other utilities to come in. And then also the issue is once the one utility is in the ground, the other utilities have to go in. Concern with them when they're doing their excavation, ripping out that existing utility and trying to find the space out there. And then concern for future room for expansion. I mean, we had 10 feet. If we put them all there, we're going to have no more room for any future utilities. And there is a lot of development, as everyone knows, down 24 and farther west along 24 for new connections out there. So this project, 24, it's 2 projects that we were doing the widening. We had SR1 to Mulberry Knoll Road and then Mulberry Knoll Road to Love Creek. This work that we did was actually to help the phase 2 project, Mulberry Knoll to Love Creek. We moved it up into the first project as an add-on to that project. We wanted to have as much utilities out of the way before the second phase, Mulberry Knoll to Love Creek, went out for construction and bid. So duct bank design. So the duct bank starts just east of Love Creek Elementary School and goes past the homes. We have DEC lines in this area. We have the Tidewater lines. We have Verizon. We have gas. and a lot of them were on the south side, and they want to move to the north side because most of our widening was to the south side. We have the duck bank, and then we have Ritz Lane, which I'll talk a little bit more about the duck bank in that area. Then we had the duck bank crossing Mulberry Knoll Road at an angle because we have in that bottom corner, I'm not sure if you can see it, but there's a mast arm we were trying to avoid. So we had to go around the future mast arm. We had to make sure we had room for the contractor to go back and install that mast arm. And then we had come up into the northeast corner, that top right corner there. We open up the duck bank there. The utilities, we needed them to serve our signal pole there. And also then they had to go back down 24 as another duck bank, and then up 24 on our duck bank. So we had several duck banks that were actually part of this, not just one linear duck bank. This is a profile of it just to show you. So it's not a clean shot with the utilities, so we couldn't just have them cut a trench and get in there. As you can see, I'm not sure if you can see, but the yellows, those are all our Comcast, Verizon, all our communication lines that I have shown there. In the bigger blue, those are our water lines that we had, and then we have a yellow gas line. So we're really trying to thread the needle here with all the utilities. So the best way to accomplish that was through a duct bank. That way we had a little more control of it. We could provide a profile for it. So we actually gave the contractor both the horizontal and vertical control and alignment for the duct bank itself. And then this is crossing the 24 leg itself. So here we had water lines, gas lines, sewer lines, and we couldn't avoid one of the lines. The duct bank did have to relocate that one, but as you can see, we dip to get underneath the utilities and above the utilities. So not a lot of room to work with there. So, we didn't really want all the utility companies going out there and digging. We want a little more control and a place where they could be. So there's just a horizontal report that we gave to the contractor out there. So the duct bank itself. So we have several conduits in here. We had a lot of communication back to utility companies, how many duct banks they needed, what additional tubes they needed for additional expansion. We want to make sure there was open room in there for future. So we have to kind of separate the utilities. So on the left-hand side, we have the DEC conduits. So there were 6 of them that we had with 4-inch PVCs. And then the picture, you can kind of see the duct banks. This is actually from the job. So you see the different duct banks that we had in case, this is before they got encased, but you can see they're stacked on top of each other and they run through that area. On the right-hand side, we had our communication. So we had Verizon, we had Comcast, and we had Crown Castle. They both got 2 conduits vertically stacked. They're not all used, but we made room for them. As you can see, the duct bank itself, it's 53 inches wide. So it's a pretty big, substantial area. And it's 18 inches in depth. And we're trying to keep at minimum 3 feet of cover out here. So one of the important things we'll talk about is getting these utilities out of the duct bank so they actually can serve the communities and the homes. So this is Ritz Lane here, Ritz Lane. So there's several homes along that area that the utilities serve, and then they also serve the utilities along 24. So we had the duct bank encased. So on the left-hand side, you can see the concrete before it's stabilized, formed up. But all the duct banks were encased. At Ritz Lane, we actually had to remove the encasing, which is usually not what you do. Underneath the roadways, usually where you have encased. But in this area, we had to remove the encasing, and the reason for that was we had to have the conduits come out. So we had to have the conduits sweep out of there. So that way DEC, Verizon, and Comcast could actually come out of the duct bank and run up Ritz Lane, and then also run up to those individual homes and serve those homes out there in DEC too. So there's a lot going on there. This is the crossing of 24. So on the left-hand side, so not a lot of room in there with the signal poles and the mast arms. So really threading the needle there. And then on that northeast corner, DEC had a lot of control boxes they had to have, and Verizon did too. So they all come out there, they feed, and then they go in their different directions and into different duct banks from that point. Same thing with 24, they come along. And the green, on the right-hand side, that's the sewer lines. So we had running parallel with the duct bank was a sewer line that was installed as part of the 24 job. And then we also had a duct bank that was installed along 24 and then down Mulberry Knoll Road, which wasn't that, what the challenge with that sewer line was it wasn't installed per plan. So the elevations were different. So we had to modify some things for the duct bank to make that work. This is the sweeps. This isn't from 24, but this is where it just basically we can show you. So the duct banks actually come out and they sweep out and they go to different locations. So this was really important when we were laying out where the utilities come in into the duct bank, the order, because what you have to make in consideration is they have to sweep out. So you don't want the ones that are inside having to sweep all the way out. So we had a lot of communication about what utility had to come out and where they had to sweep and where they had to go to. But that's one of the sweeps that we would have. I'll turn it over to George for construction. Guess I won't be turning over to George for construction. All right. So here's some photos.
I got a question in the back.
Yep.
Just out of curiosity, which contractor did that sweep work and all?
Mumford & Miller was the first phase, and then Adel was the second phase on this one. Yep.
Clint, get some DelDOT bucks.
Joe, two things over here.
Yep.
Over. Two things. So one, what we're trying to do now internally is to bring in a right-of-way engineering team, a real estate right-of-way staff in early. So we have those discussions with the design team as well as utility section to hopefully look ahead and try to foresee some of the issues in advance, like Joe was mentioning. That's one. Second, I failed to mention, if you're a presenter, please try to stay as close to the podium as possible. When you venture off into the middle of the stage, we get an echo. So if you could just remind yourself, that's my bad. I didn't say that. So you're good, Joe.
All right. So I'll be covering the construction. So this is just some photos of the different construction that we had out there. So as you can see, there is a utility trench that they had to cut out, and the duct bank utilities are going in there. This is non-encased area. And you can see we had to have a lot of the PVCs all loaded up and ready to go. So that's on the left-hand screen. That's what the PVC conduits are that going through there. And this is one of the driveway crossings there that we had to shore up and get underneath. This is where you can see so the duct bank's in place. There's spacers in there to keep the conduits in place at the right height. And then what ends up happening is the contractor came back in and backfilled that with the concrete to encase it to make sure that they're not cut and damaged in the future. So that's one of the important things that we want to make sure we had additional open duct banks, because this is all encased. So you can't just come back in there and put in new. And like I mentioned before, we didn't really have the right of way for additional utilities to come along. So you can see here, we're right up close to the front of buildings here and right up next to a parking lot here for that duct bank in this area. Lessons learned, really, it went really well, with the utility companies. There's a lot of good communications from the utility companies. It just takes a lot of planning and you have to have design plan sheets for the utility duct bank. You can't just call out, duct bank from this distance to this distance. It really requires a lot of coordination of how many stacks you need, how many conduits you need, what utility is going to be on the outside, what utility is going to be on the inside, and then just make sure you're planning for the future. So that's all I have.
Well done, Joe. Thank you. Was that conduit located GPS wise? Did we take shots on that conduit as we were installing it?
I'm not sure. I think we were posted, surveyed all the locations and get the points for that was my understanding. Well, actually we did, because we had it all surveyed. Sorry, we did. We had all surveyed heights and elevations, vertical and everything, because what we needed to do was we needed to take those shots and take what we have as built, and that became a part of the 24, the next phase conduit. construction plans. So that way, when the next contractor came in, they knew exactly where the duct bank was, because there's still a lot of work that had to go in there. The signal mast arm still had to be placed. So we had to make sure we knew exactly where that duct bank was, so we didn't have the mast arm go right through the duct bank and ruin all our hard work. So, yep.
Did you have any conflicts in construction?
George, I don't think we had any conflicts on the next phase with the duct bank, right?
Thank you.
Got a question here. Who owns the duct bank? You have 4 companies in it, right? So who owns it?
Not sure on the legal on that one. I'm not sure if someone from DelDOT wants to weigh in.
The companies own the ducts. We essentially put the ducts in for each of those companies. So DEC owns theirs, Comcast owns theirs, Verizon owns theirs, etc.
So they all have as-builts that you can come back to 4 years from now, 5 years from now, if you do construction in that area?
So they have our as-built,
okay,
which are better than what we usually get.
How about that?
From them. No offense from my friends in the room, but true story.
Question for you, and you may not be the right one to answer this, and so I'm curious as to what the utility companies, how their reaction was to the idea of having to go into a duct bank rather than having their own particular corridor.
I'll try to answer it on behalf of them. So there was a lot of nervousness before when we showed them the room that we had to work with, because the big concern we heard from all the utility companies was first one in is going to take all the room. And then there was going to be no room for anyone else to go. And then they're going to be right on top of each other. So we really received no pushback on the duct bank. It was actually really well received by DEC, Comcast, and Verizon, Crown Castle, especially for this location. And then that way they knew exactly where theirs were. They didn't have to worry about future conflicts, because we had that other construction job coming in right behind it. So they wanted to make sure they were out of the way and only had to move once and weren't impacted multiple times.
And I'll add to that. And if any of our friends from DEC or Verizon or Comcast or Crown want to chime in, that would be awesome. But I would add that one of the reasons that they also were happy to do that is because we were taking the lead in installing the duct bank. If we weren't taking the lead, this would have never happened, period.
Great presentation. I'm curious, what was the timeline in months to get those 4 utilities to transfer their cabling into that new duct bank?
For actual construction?
Correct.
George, do you know how long that was? Yeah, now that I'm taking a phone call. Nice timing, George.
Well, so the project was pushed a lot, not because of the duct bank installation. The duct bank itself was probably 3 to 4 weeks of work, but we had some major utility crossings, conflicts, We had sewer force main and a water line relocation through an intersection.
Correct. I'm more specific to how long did it take the utility owners to put their cabling inside, particularly Verizon?
Yeah.
Shots fired again.
Well, it takes a month to do a splice, so they had to do a lot of splicing. So add that up. Here. Yeah. Each company, if they were on site and got it done, we had, I'm gonna say, 3 locations they had to pull from. They were in and out of there probably in 2 weeks. But the way that this project was phased, as Joe was talking about, we kind of left the opening for the utilities to take however much time they needed, because our project was still a year and a half post-construction on this. So we didn't really have a need to push anyone. So as long as you leave those gaps that they can come in and manipulate with the sweeps and put the pool boxes in, you can walk away and kind of just let it take its course.
And like Joe said, like there's a lot of coordination that goes into this type of an effort. And one of the things that we are trying to work through is schedule. So how long will it take? Who needs to go first? Who's coming in second, third, so on and so on? Who's supplying materials? Like there are a lot of things that you have to work through for this. And so we try to get some of that insight up front, particularly schedule-wise, so that then once we are into construction, at least there's an idea for how long it's going to take.
Because Eric, one of the things was the handholds for the different utility companies. We had to know exactly what handholds they were using, the sizes and everything, and then they had to supply those. And that was an important portion of that coordination, that design.
Something I want to chime in on is that through the construction phasing, if you give each utility the required amount of notification in its own communication, I haven't had problems with them not being there. Might not have been to the day, but they've got a window that they're usually there and you get things through. So as you work towards those relocations and they say they want 2 weeks or a month notification, it's because they need to make sure it's in the schedule. And then if Mother Nature comes, then that's going to throw everybody out. So as long as you keep those communications open, they'll come in and do their work in the timely manner that they've stated in the statement.
4 months, 3 months before everybody was in a new duct and new services were connected?
Yeah, I would estimate around 3 or 4 months. Like I said, we kind of let them come in at their own schedule. They were off the road, didn't need MOT, so we didn't have as much follow-up as long as we were clear by the project. I will say this afternoon, I'm doing another presentation on and including the utility bank, and I have a timeline on that because that one was but right up to the start of construction. So it was a little different than this one. So I can get into that.
Unless he gets another phone call.
All right, thank you guys.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Diane Gunn with Century Engineering. I work as a project manager for DelDOT out of the North Project Development section. So I work mostly on capital projects that are in the city of Wilmington. And so this is kind of like a City of Wilmington 101. This is everything I wished I knew before I started working in the city. So with that, some of the basics. There is water lines, sanitary lines, and there's a really special line called their CSO line, which is a combined sanitary and stormwater. So when you're working in the city, you're working with some really older infrastructure. I've been told by the city that some of this dates back to the 1800s, so they run into some really old lines. So right now they're doing a lot of work with their water. They're replacing a lot of lines within the city. It's a multi-million-dollar project that they're working on. And they also are replacing some of the CSO lines by building new sanitary lines. Another thing you have to be aware of is the traffic signals are all city-owned. Even the ones that are along the state roads. They do have stormwater facilities. The picture in the middle there is of their wetland park, which is in Southbridge. If you're doing work in, in the city, if you are doing test holes, you're doing any open cutting of the roadway, you do need to get a permit. Parking is something that they also regulate. So if you are doing some lane reconfigurations, maybe a road diet, and you're changing where the parking is, then you do need to get their approval on that. They also have noise ordinances, so you do need to work with them on that if you're doing night work. And something that I've never come across before were these basement extensions under the sidewalk. So some buildings may have had coal chutes that would have openings in the sidewalk, and so there's these little holes that were part of the basement. And I have a slide on that one. And also, if you're doing any tree trimming, you do have to make sure you check with the city because they do regulate that. So if you are doing a roadway cut, as a DelDOT project manager, you really should reach out to the city, reach out to the permit manager. You know, as soon as you know that you're going to be out there, maybe your SU contractor needs to do test holes out there. And it's always good to give them some background on what you're doing, when you expect the SU contractor to be out there. And it's also good to let them know if you are going to do milling and paving there, because they like to have a nice, neat surface when the test holes are all finished. And for the SU contractors, it's important for you to apply for a permit if you're going to be doing test holes, or utilities if you're doing any open cutting. They do have a portal on their Wilmington's website. If you go into Department of Public Works, I think I'm coming through here. If you go into Department of Public Works, there is roadway cut management right here. And then they have a portal once you get into roadway cut management. There we go. And traffic coordination, you want to reach out to Steve Weber, their transportation engineer. If you have any changes in parking, if you're going to be closing lanes down, detours, or if there's traffic signal work, you want to coordinate with them early if you can. The city also has a real-time traffic and travel advisory that they put on their website, so you can keep track of what they are working on. And if you are going to change the parking, you do need to run that by Wilmington City Council. They have a Public Works and Transportation Subcommittee that you want to present to. It's always really good if you're adding parking. They love having extra parking in Wilmington. And also just remember that the city does own the traffic signals. Most of the time you will have to get the city traffic engineer to sign your plans. So these are those basement extensions that I spoke about. So on the left, there's a picture before, and it was a restaurant that was vacant at the time. And it looks pretty normal. It looks, you know, just like a regular street corner with a curb ramp there. But when we were replacing the curb ramp, we ran into, surprise, into a basement right there. So one of the ways we're trying to mitigate this, we have other projects that are coming on Walnut Street and also on 4th Street. We have sent out letters to everybody on Walnut Street, and we actually have gotten a lot of response back from those letters. So far, no one has told us they have a basement extension, so I'm really hoping that that's good news. And so this is the final slide, and you probably want to take a picture of this if you don't already know these people. These are some of the contacts that are really helpful. Vince Caroscia, he's the Deputy Commissioner of Public Works. Steve Weber is Director of Transportation. Bruce Jones is Sanitary Engineer. Chris O, Water Division. And Susanna Casado, she's very helpful if you have to apply for those roadway cut permits. James DePinto would be the person you would work with on noise ordinances, and Jason Leary, you would contact him if you had tree trimming. And then I put my name up there. I am not a city employee, but I do host a quarterly meeting with the city. It's about an hour long. We go through all the projects that we have. And if anybody ever wants to attend that, we had Delmarva come at the last quarterly. So they talked a little bit about what they were working on in the city. So anybody's welcome to come. So just keep that in mind. So with that, I think I'm at the question stage. If anybody has questions about Wilmington.
Any questions for Diane?
Got one in the back.
Besides the basements, DP&L also has a lot of large transformer vaults in there. Have you been in contact with them, because they cannot be lowered?
And if that's in a handicap ramp area, a lot of times you don't have the clearance.
Yeah, a lot of times we do have to just avoid that particular location if we have, you know, those big boxes. I think we had one of those situations on Orange Street and 10th, and we had to work around it. Anything else? Yep. Okay, thank you, everyone.
All right. Any questions or comments thus far, the presentations we've heard so far? I saw a few folks got some DelDOT bucks that will go a long way later this afternoon. So we are up at break time. Eric, did you have anything?
So we did open up a new poll. So thank you for those that participated in the poll this morning. There's a new poll everywhere up for everybody. So please jump in and take a peek at that.
It's 9:45, so let's do 20 minutes. Let's reconvene sharply at 10:05. Thank you. All right, it's 10:05. If you can start making your way back to your seats. You're up. Did you want that one? Okay. You want me to say anything? All right, so just a couple of reminders. Again, if you're presenting, make sure you try to stay, if you're on a stage, stay away from this area here. We're still getting some feedback. So if you can stay close to the podium, that'll be great. And then lastly, we have an additional mic. So if you have a question or follow-up, please, for the courtesy of everyone, please use the mic. We have several people walking around to you. So just raise your hand and we'll come to you as quickly as we can. So without any further ado, turn it over to Eric.
All right. Good morning, everybody. All right, so I'm not gonna throw anybody under the bus with UPA numbers this year. So everybody take a big sigh of relief, and thank you for throwing me under the bus, Jason, wherever you're sitting. So one of the things that we struggle with internal to our DelDOT utility section is the process of going through the statements, getting bar charts together, getting our checklists where they need to be, and then agreements. So the oh my is really a sediment for me and my folks because this is a huge struggle for us. And I think the project managers are now finally starting to feel our pain because here recently it is directly impacting how projects can move forward. So I wanted to kind of go over it a little bit, just make sure that everybody understands and is on the same page. So like Shantae mentioned, we start all of our presentations with our mission statement, excellence in transportation, every trip, every mode, every dollar, every one. So first, utility statements. So this is something that's outlined in our utility regulation. Essentially, it's an overview of the work, the existing facilities, and the proposed work that's going to happen for each utility in a project. To do our statements, we need to make sure we're getting insight from utility companies throughout design. We also need to make sure that any insight we're getting from utilities is brought back into the design because it's an iterative process. So we need to continue to update designs and work through that process. We also need durations. So utility companies need to let us know, okay, these are my impacts and this is how long it's going to take, anticipated to take to perform the work. As you can see, I have a excerpt here from the current regulation that talks about what's required and the timing and all that fun stuff. And yes, utility companies are supposed to provide us with their utility statement. Now, we're trying to keep projects moving as quickly as we can to meet the schedules that we're under. So yes, my folks do assist with this, but technically it is the utility company's responsibility to provide this information. Just like it's the utility company's responsibility to mark up plans, provide us designs. So don't take for granted what you're getting from DelDOT, because it's not our responsibility to do it. But we are, because we're trying to keep things on schedule the best we can. So when you get a call from Rich or John or Debbie, everybody loves the Debbie calls, right? This is why. And we have tons of projects in a lot of different stages. So this is absolutely crucial. Help us, help you. So again, we are willing to help you, but you have to help us. We can't do it on our own. And as you see here, like I said, the statement needs to include the existing facilities, proposed work, duration, and the advance notice requirements. So here's some snapshots just to prove to people that utility companies do submit utility statements to us. So Artesian, Verizon, this one's Eastern Shore, Comcast. So it does happen, folks. So again, utility companies are responsible to provide that information to us. Then we have checklists. My folks love these checklists. Project managers probably love these checklists. But internally, we have checklists. We also have, in this case, these are utility submission checklists. We have checklists that we supply to utility companies to help remind you what's required with each submission. These are provided with each of the milestone submissions, and they're actually uploaded to the UPA under DelDOT documents. So they are there for you to use to understand, okay, I'm at semifinals, so here's the type of stuff that I need to provide back to DelDOT with this submission. Companies should complete that checklist when you're responding to our projects for each of the submissions. Yes, we skip submissions, or sometimes we have repeat submissions, but we still provide a checklist for whatever phase of the design that we're in. So please complete that. It'll help you and it'll help us. Here are some examples. Again, yes, utility companies do use this and do supply it back. Newcastle, this one's Comcast, this one's Eastern Shore, another Newcastle one. So please provide that. We're trying to help you out. Bar charts, more on statements. Once we have all the information from companies and we're confident in kind of where we're at, we'll create a draft statement and we'll work on that as the project's nearing completion and design. But we'll compile an overall statement based on all of the utility companies within the project limits. We do have form statements. We tried to put form statements together a couple of years ago, and then we just recently updated the form statements. But this is for our consulting partners to understand the type of information and the general notes that we're using in statements. So it is available on the DRC under utilities. I think we're potentially working to work that into the project development manual. So that may change moving forward, but for now, that's where you can find it. We need to have a utility relocation bar chart created as part of this process. So based on all of the durations we receive back from companies and the anticipated project phasing and timeframe, we're required to put a bar chart together for each of our projects. Again, it's based on the anticipated information we have during design, and it needs to outline, like, one of the most important things when we're coordinating is the hierarchy of utilities. Who's going first, who's going second, somebody having to come back. So this bar chart helps to put that into a visual aspect. And it's provided out to our contractors when they're bidding jobs, so that it gives them a better understanding for what they're up against as well. And then it is also added into our utility agreements when we have utility agreements on projects, because we're trying to hold ourselves accountable. We, DelDOT, and you as the utility companies, accountable to what we've coordinated. Here's some examples for anybody who hasn't seen them. They can be complicated, and quite frankly, they can be hard to include into the statements and the agreements, just because, you know, it's a big schedule and you're cramming it to a little 8.5 by 11. But here's different examples. So they come in different shapes and forms, but they're showing the same information. They're showing DelDOT's anticipated schedule or anticipated timing for different phases of the project, and when the utility work for each company is supposed to happen and how it's supposed to happen. The more detailed we can be, the better. So our internal checklists, sorry, I got ahead of myself earlier, but for our internal checklists, once we get to the point in the design process where we're confident that we've kind of ironed out work for a utility company, we can move into doing a utility checklist for that company. We do a checklist for every company within the project limits. And it's really our internal record to document what's happening with that utility company on that project. Even if it's no anticipated impacts, we still do a checklist. Goes in the file. It's proof that we've done our job. The designers understand where we're at with that particular utility. The form is on the DRC, so everybody has access to it. Again, it's required for all companies, whether there's impacts or not. It documents the situation. The big thing is it documents the reimbursables, and it's used as the approval mechanism for advanced utility work. So when we're in an advanced utility work situation, ultimately it goes up to the chief engineer for approval before we can move forward into the agreement process. And it is the precursor to our agreement process. So it's dotting a lot of I's and crossing a lot of T's for us. Portions of the checklist need to be completed by the project manager or designer, the utility coordinator assigned to the project, and then myself. And for the consultants in the room that do any of these functions, you need to do the checklist as well. You need to fulfill your portion of the checklist. So for those consultants that handle the utility coordination and the design, you know, they got a leg up because they can answer most of the questions in the checklist. But it's important that everybody understands their role and how crucial it is to get the checklist done to keep things moving. So here's just some screenshots from our checklist. This image on the right, this is really the list of kind of reimbursable items. So again, we're going through for each company and we're identifying what the needs are. And I don't expect everybody to read this stuff, but the different colors help to signify whose responsibility it is to fill that portion of the checklist out. And this nice green part is all about Buy America. And then the signature page. So that is needed for each utility company before we can move into a utility agreement, right? Again, that checklist is telling us whether we need an agreement. Our admin will identify what exhibits are going to be needed for each company if there is a utility agreement needed. We have lots of exhibits that go with our agreements, and it requires a lot of detailed information. Usually the utility coordinator is the one that's preparing those agreement exhibits. If there's a consultant coordinator, the consultant coordinator should be taking a first stab at these exhibits. And then our internal coordinator will review and probably come back with comments, revisions. Once those exhibits are complete, the agreement will be compiled and it'll get sent out to the utility company for signature. Sometimes when we send it out to the utility company, there's going to be comments that go back and forth. So this isn't necessarily a quick process. Here's some screenshots of the agreement, our form agreement. What you see in this right one is those same boxes that showed up in our checklist are showing up here. So transferring the information over, gets signed by both parties. And like I said, we have multiple exhibits that go into each of our agreements, and they're pretty detailed. So we have to be pretty far along in design in order to get here. And look, there's the bar chart, Exhibit E. So I guess moral of the story is it can take a while for us just to get the agreements back. One, you see the process that it goes through for us to get to an agreement, but then the back and forth with utility companies. Some utility companies are pretty quick at signing. Some have to run it through their legal side. That adds a whole lot more time. For the utility companies in the room, it's crucial we get these agreements reviewed, signed, and returned as quickly as possible, because typically these agreements are right up against us being able to get a project out the door. The longer it takes to get the checklists, the longer it takes for us to start this agreement process. So for the designers and PMs in the room, you need to be on top of it. We can't have these things sitting for months, or else it just delays your process. We will not issue our utility statements until all utility agreements have been signed and received back from utility companies. So it will delay PS&E on projects for those internal and consultant friends in the room. I feel like we're having a lot more conversations about this now. We've warned people in the past, but now it's starting to come and haunt us a lot more on projects. So we essentially need the utilities to be final design before we get into the checklist and agreement process. So when does that happen on a project? Anybody can answer this. Utilities, internal. It happens like after final plans, which is maybe 4 months before PS&E. Just keep this in mind. Like, the earlier we can do this stuff, then hopefully we're not impacting PS&E. Because I can promise you, it typically takes us longer to get through checklists and agreements signed. It takes us longer than 4 months to get through that process for most companies. So that was short and sweet. Hopefully it gives you a little bit of insight into what we deal with more internally in the utility section. It is a very stressful piece of what we do, because typically we're asked to do all of this within 4 months or less. I can probably count 5 projects that I have 2 months or a month to do what I just described to you, and it's just not possible. So not to be negative to everybody, but questions? Mr. Jackson, my buddy from Maryland.
So we've been bouncing off each other for years. I forgot the driving factor. Is that federal highway, or is that just DelDOT's own QC?
So for those that couldn't hear Bill's question, he was asking if the driving factor for what I just described is federal highways, or if it was just what DelDOT had developed. Honestly, portions of that are federally pushed. You need agreements from a federal standpoint. Those agreements need to include the bar chart, or the schedule, for lack of a better term. Plans are also supposed to be part of the agreement. So yes, there are federal components to this. The checklist was something that we instituted quite a while ago, just to help us dot those I's and cross the T's to get what we needed for the federal component. Making money. Who else needs some money?
You know what I'm going to ask about.
Ever.
So when it comes to these checklists, are utility providers being asked to provide any existing utility property rights, easements, rights of way? Are they being asked to do that?
Yes, so not in our internal checklist, but in the utility submission checklist that we send out with each milestone. Yes, that is one of the items we're reminding them to provide us. Show of hands. How many of you from a utility company standpoint, how many of you actually provide the easement documents without us really pushing on you? Artesian does, I'll give them that. So yes, it is something that a lot of companies, and I'm not to sound negative for the utility companies, like it's a big ask for the utility companies. So typically what we're doing is we're getting the best information we possibly can through our design process. We're sharing that information with utility companies to say, hey, look, we found easements on these parcels that are yours, to help in that process, because it does take a lot for them to go through and find those records for a lot of companies. So, but yes, it is part of the checklist process.
I had two questions. Number one, if you could share again where those checklists are located. And also, did you have a template for how DelDOT likes to see those bar charts?
So we do not have a template for the bar charts. The form utility statements and the internal DelDOT checklist are available on DelDOT's DRC under utilities. But no, we don't have a template. Ultimately, the three images I took screenshots of, generally those are the three forms of bar charts that we'll see. And as you saw, they're pretty much just glorified spreadsheets that try to visualize what we've been told throughout the coordination process. Other questions? All right. Thank you, guys. So next, I'm going to bring up Brian. So Brian is filling in for Wendy, and he's going to talk about our development coordination process.
Thank you, Eric. So good morning, everyone. I'm Brian Yates, the Process and Quality Control Engineer in the DelDOT Development Coordination section. We're housed in the Division of Planning. I have the pleasure of giving a brief overview of the development coordination process here at DelDOT. So to begin, Delaware Code Title 17 gives DelDOT the authority to develop regulations with respect to development projects and develop those respective requirements. These requirements are more strictly defined in the Title II of DE Admin Code, which is referred to as the Development Coordination Manual. And the DCM outlines all the requirements with respect to development projects that are tying into DelDOT's state maintained roadway system, which may include building an entrance facility, a new entrance facility, or modifying the existing entrance facility, or perhaps proposing a development project that is adding additional traffic to DelDOT's transportation system. In development coordination, you guys may not be able to necessarily see the numbers here, but just provide a snapshot of what we did in 2024. In total, statewide, we reviewed 2,321 applications of all different types and sizes, starting with Sussex County leading the group with a total of 330 applications, followed by Newcastle County 199, and I misspoke there. Sussex County leads all the counties with 1,281 applications, followed by Newcastle County 578, and then Kent County with 462. So we do see a lot of work in the development coordination section. There's a lot of new projects, modifications to existing sites throughout the state, and for which we, in Sussex County, just to provide you a little bit more information, it's a group of 5. There's a countywide manager and then 4 plan reviewers, respectively. In Kent County, it's a group of 3 managing those 462 reviews. That includes their statewide manager or their countywide manager, and likewise Newcastle County has a group of 3 reviewers in their countywide manager, and they're all overseen under Wendy Plasko, our subdivision engineer. So there are 3 main steps to receive DelDOT plan approval. Again, this is a high-level presentation. There are DelDOT's requirements within the development coordination manual are steps. So depending on how large the development project is, and when we say large, it's really the traffic impact of that development project. The greater it is, the more requirements that are placed on that development project. But it begins with analyzing the traffic impact of that project, looking at the trips and identifying a need for additional traffic analysis. Then we go into determining whether or not a record plan is necessary. Is the land use agency requiring some sort of letter of no objection from DelDOT? And then followed by entrance and construction plans. So any work that's occurring within DelDOT's right of way or is proposing a state maintained facility, there will be a corresponding construction plan for those improvements. So traffic analysis, just to go a little bit deeper here, traffic analysis is utilized to evaluate the traffic impact of new and expanded development proposals so that we can identify any mitigation measures needed, as to preserve the existing capacity of the state roadway network. The basis for DelDOT's traffic impact studies really starts with in Chapter 2 of the Development Coordination Manual. The base requirement is 500, a net increase of 500 vehicles per day and or 50 peak hour trips. And so those are DelDOT's requirements. The respective land use agency may have their own requirements for which DelDOT would support and then require the development project to conduct a traffic impact study, which would be submitted to DelDOT for review prior to proceeding forward with the record and entrance construction plan review and approval process. And just a little side note here that if there is a redeveloping site, so there's an existing use on a site, or there has been, or there was a use on the site within the past 3 years, the basis for identifying a traffic impact study in those warrants, that development project would get credit for any trips that were on that site within the past 3 years, if that makes sense. So the scope of the traffic impact study, we're talking a lot about traffic impact studies today, and I'm no TIS expert. That's for Serene in our group here in DevCord, but just give you a brief overview. The scope depends on the size and location of the proposed development project, the existing traffic conditions found or expected to occur in the surrounding areas within the state transportation network. Every traffic impact study will analyze the proposed site access, whether that is a new site entrance or impacts to the existing site entrance, as well as the traffic impact study will identify or evaluate access, safety, operation, capacity, site circulation, level of service, and the performance of the transportation system. And through the traffic impact study review process, the department will identify required transportation improvements that are needed to be built and or funded by the development project. some alternatives to a formal traffic impact study, because that can be a timely process, and we're looking to, you know, prevent roadblocks for development in the state of Delaware. There are some alternatives for which the area-wide study fee is a common one, for which if a project meets DelDOT's warrants for a traffic impact study, but DelDOT doesn't see a need or has already identified improvements in the area, there's no need to reanalyze that area. So the developer, as outlined in the DevCore manual in Chapter 2, may pay a fee relative to the trips of that development project equal to $10 per trip. And that is, again, as long as the land use agency doesn't also require the development project to conduct a traffic impact study, for which then DelDOT would support that decision and also require the development project to conduct one. And there's a cap for the area participation within that area-wide study fee, for which if a development project generates greater than 2,000 vehicles per day or 200 in the peak hour, 200 vehicles in the peak hour, then it is a requirement that the development project conduct a traffic impact study. When a project is going through and obtains a, you know, is paying that area-wide study fee, those requirements are memorialized in a area-wide study fee memorandum letter, for which may also include specific language regarding frontage improvements, may speak to the widening of the development project's frontage, any off-site improvements that we've previously identified in the area, for which the developer may be required to either contribute to or take a lead on, and as well as entering into signal agreements. Next, we can just speak on the traffic operational analysis, for which is typically identified during the plan review and approval process when additional analysis is needed to really identify and ensure that there's a safe that the entrance location is safe, and all the movements that are proposed can be allowed into the site. For which DelDOT can require a development project that is generating over 200 vehicles per day to conduct a traffic operational analysis. The TOA is typically smaller in scope. It's a bit quicker of a process than a more formal traffic impact study. I think we're all having a good time here. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Don. And just to summarize here, so traffic impact studies, 500, a net increase of 500 vehicles per day or 50 peak hour trips, and or the local land use agency doesn't also require the development project to conduct a TIS. And then for which, if DelDOT does not require, DelDOT and or the land use agency doesn't require the development project to complete a traffic impact study, and they are generating a net increase of over 500 vehicles per day, 50 peak hour trips, less than 2,000 vehicles per day, 200 peak hour trips, then the developer may participate in the area-wide study fee. And then traffic operational analysis, any project that's generating over 200 vehicles per day. And then we transition over into once the traffic analysis process is complete, we move into more of the review and approval process. It goes from Serene's group over to Wendy's group. DevCore separated into really two sides, the traffic impact study side, and we call it the subdivision side. There's two PM2s, Wendy and Serene, who oversee both of those groups. And so Wendy dives more into the record plans and the entrance construction plans, for which record plans, the requirements of the record plan is outlined in Chapter 3 of the DevCord manual. That's where we establish right-of-way easements to the state of Delaware. It will show the site access, entrance locations, the proposed site plan, whether that's a residential or commercial site plan. It'll list any physical or monetary improvements that are required of the development project. We also utilize the record plan, since those documents are recorded at the County Recorder of Deeds office, to establish at the request of the development project any phasing notes for the roadway improvements and indoor offsite improvements, for which the record plans are then again signed by the developer and or owner, and then recorded at the local Recorder of Deeds office. And so once we finalize our review and approval of the record plan, we issue a letter of no objection or recordation to the land use agency prior to it being approved through that process and getting recorded. While the record and entrance plans are two separate plan approvals that we do in DevCord, the reviews often occur simultaneously. So we're typically reviewing a developer's record and entrance plans at the same time. That's usually how we prefer to do it, so we have all the information up front, and so we can identify any additional right-of-way and/or easements that are needed, perhaps for the construction of the required improvements along the site frontage, for which the entrance plans will show all the construction items that are required by the developer, and sometimes depending on the location of offsite improvements, there may be separate plan sets to separate out, the entrance and frontage improvements from the offsite improvement plans. These plans will require, or they'll include any turn lanes at the site entrance, and we duplicate the phasing of any duplicate the phasing notes on the entrance construction plan, so that when they go out to construct, DelDOT's inspectors have that relevant information and can better track when certain improvements are needed to be completed. So then, as I mentioned, the construction plans, off-site improvement plans may include, internal streets, signal plans, intersection improvement plans, roadway improvement plans that aren't necessarily tied to the entrance facility. And so when all the DCM requirements are met, DelDOT will issue an entrance plan approval letter to the applicant, for which they can then begin the permitting process at the local public works office, for which, as I mentioned, that's a different group, right? Public Works is in M&O, and so we work together on these development projects so that the process works efficiently, and there's no hiccups or delays with respect to a developer being able to either build homes or open their commercial buildings. So as noted on the screen here, a permit for entrance construction is required prior to the start of any construction within state right-of-way. And it's issued by the Public Works Office in each respective county. Bonding is required of the improvements, specifically for those large residential and commercial entrances. Bonding value is set by the overall construction costs. Typically see that the bond amounts for entrances are 150%, and the offsite improvements are bonded at 100% of those estimated construction costs. And so the developer relieved of that bond until all the work is completed in a satisfaction manner and accepted into the state maintenance system. So before we get into any questions, right, that this was a pretty high level overview. We didn't cover, you know, the expedited review team that we have in the DevCord section. We didn't cover, you know, LONC's letter of no contentions, CTP coordination, the corridor capacity preservation program that also impacts development projects, TIDs, small commercials. So it's ever evolving in DevCord. Every year looks a little bit different. So with that, I'll transition over to any questions or comments.
I have a question in the back.
I'm not sure if you can talk about this or not, or answer the question, but as far as utility coordination during the planning process, has planning got any plans that they're working on possibly helping out with that in the future? Or are we just going to continue to do the stuff that we're doing now?
That is a good question. There has been over the last several months a utility coordination working group that involves various members of the utility companies, the engineering communities, as well as internal DelDOT staff and planning and M&O, public works to better facilitate and have a more open discussion on that. There was some direction given back in December with that came out of that working group, for which I don't have the exact memorandum up here with respect to exactly what it says, but we have been having those open conversations to try to improve that process. So.
Another question?
Sure.
Vince from Delmarva Power. I guess a similar question. One of the gaps that we see is developers oftentimes come to us after all this process is done. And it creates a lot of issues because we have to change things around, or sometimes they made assumptions about where we would put our facilities. I guess from your perspective, do you have thoughts on where we could gain better insights into what's coming, or kind of be involved earlier in the process? I know it's kind of hard to control, but
right.
That's some of what we're dealing with, and probably leads to Robert's question before.
Thanks for the follow-up question. And so out of that working group, it became apparent to DelDOT that a lot of the utility companies, whether above ground or below ground, are open to having more open discussion regarding designs, right, during DelDOT's review and approval process. And so we've been encouraging the engineering community that submits plans to DelDOT for review and approval to begin that coordination earlier in the process to prevent delays on the back end when they're looking to get their utility permit. And so we can't force them necessarily to have those conversations with the utility companies prior to issuing our plan approval documents, but they're strongly encouraged to do that. So.
Another question?
I think there's two questions.
As part of the entrance plans, the water and sewer have to be shown on those plans before they can be approved. Why only those two utilities? Why not gas? Why not electric? Why not the comms? Because by the time we get to that point, there's no real estate left to install the other utilities.
So I'll preface the question or my response to it. As I just mentioned to the previous question, the utility companies are willing to have open conversations, especially with the above ground utility companies, but they don't finalize their design with the utility company until after our plan approval. And so, you know, we're in DevCord looking to, we're constantly looking to reduce the overall time it takes to get through DelDOT's review and approval process. And so it's a balance between requiring or having that coordination up front, having all that information up front, as compared to getting the applicant out the door with their plan review and approval documentation, for which, of course, that coordination has to occur before they obtain their utility permit or even their construction permit. But that's kind of where we're at this point.
This is Sherry Hostedler from GMB. I'm going to give you a break, Brian. I actually had a question for Delmarva Power, spinning off of their question. I hope that's okay. As part of the subcommittee that you talked about earlier, some of the consultant groups that were there were asking the utilities if they could submit sooner, like at conceptual level, to get that insight sooner. And I think the consensus was from the consultant groups that that's something that we would like to do. So my question for Delmarva Power would just be, who at Delmarva Power can we be submitting these conceptual designs to and speaking to earlier on in the process?
I'm not the only one, but you can definitely talk to me after. I'm the manager of the new business group. So my group handles all the designs and does all the coordination with the developers. So I can certainly talk to you about that, because that's something we've been talking about internally as well. It just creates a lot of issues. And similar to the question that you asked, I've had similar thoughts. You know, when we get record plans, it doesn't show electric utilities, no space for us, no easements. And kind of the answer I've gotten from that in the past is the Department of Land Use doesn't require that on record plans. So that's why it's not there. So a lot of this is kind of a chicken or the egg, but I think bottom line, if we could be talking with the developers and find out about projects earlier, we can probably help mitigate some of these issues. So I'm back here if you want to talk a little bit later.
And Vince, just to clarify, so you're just Newcastle, correct? So just to clarify, that's not the whole state Delmarva Power, and that is just electric. That's not gas. So I will talk about the working group side of things next, but I wasn't going to get into a whole level of detail that this conversation has gone into. But what I will say is, having kind of been the one that was running those working groups, getting consensus and getting all the different stakeholders on the same page has not happened through that process. I think everybody has kind of something in their head that they were hoping to get out of the meeting, but not everybody's trying to get to the same place. Not all the stakeholders in that meeting are trying to get to the same place. While some companies seemed interested in trying to have conceptual submissions and provide conceptual feedback, other companies were not interested. And we did not have all companies in the working group. So off the top of my head, we maybe had 5 to 8, and it varied depending on the meeting, which company was represented. What we did talk about is, Chuck mentioned water and sewer. That's designed by the engineer that's doing the site work typically. So that's why that's easier to get done as part of that process versus like gas or electric or comms, which those utility companies have to provide that information. So it is a challenge. And even from the engineering community side, they're being pushed to get stuff through as quickly as possible because the developers just want to get the shovel in the ground, right? And so we're between a rock and a hard place trying to work through that. I will say the last time we met, and Brian mentioned the memo in December, what became loud and clear is the engineers that are in that room, the development communities, engineering firms, are adamant that they're the ones that are taking responsibility to handle what's necessary before it's pushed into construction. So utility coordination is there on their plate. So whether it's happening through our planning section or not, ultimately they have said that's our responsibility. So when something goes wrong in the field because stuff wasn't coordinated, that goes back to the engineer. Just so we're all on the same page. Like, that's what came out of this working group. And the engineers in the room that were in that working group, feel free to speak up, but that's where we left things. So Rob, to answer your question, ultimately it goes back to that engineer of record. So engineers of record, be aware, because I know there's a lot of things that DelDOT gets pulled into. I'm sure you're hearing about some of them, but I'm sure you don't hear about all of them.
I just want to mention, as far as comms, a lot of times we don't have a design for well deep after, Delmarva Power. So that wouldn't be available to put on the record plan with water and sewer, just to answer the question. I think it was from Chuck.
Any other comments or questions? All right, thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. Coming back to the stage is Eric Simo to talk about the working groups, providing some updates and some insight on the working groups that he alluded to a few minutes ago.
It was a great segue. Thank you, Rob. Before I get into this, just again, another reminder, we do have a poll question that's up, even though you guys can't see it. If you use the information on the second page of the agenda, please participate in that. I'm going to be changing it over to the next and last question at lunchtime. So then I'll probably just keep that last question up for the rest of the day. But I only had 3 total, so not as bad as some of the previous years, but we appreciate any insight that y'all are willing to provide. So working groups. We've had several different working groups going on that are related to utilities for quite a while now. The newest one is what I call utility coordination on developer projects. There's a lot that goes into these. A lot of meetings and a lot of trying to plan ahead and follow up to the meetings, and a lot of different stakeholders at the table in these meetings. So our mission again. So here's the working groups. So we have the Utility Coordination Council, and then there's subcommittees to the Utility Coordination Council. So there's 2 of those, and then there's the Utility Coordination on Developer Projects. So the Utility Coordination Council came about from a Senate concurrent resolution that was enacted in 2019. So this SCR essentially pulled DelDOT and utility companies together to kind of work through some concerns that had really peaked back in that time frame. As part of that working group, we had generated recommendations. So we had summarized those at the end of the year and sent them over to the General Assembly in January of 2020. One of those recommendations was the creation of a working group. So essentially it took the working group and just kind of memorialized it in code. So the Utility Coordination Council was formed at that point by Senate Bill 152 and was created in the 21-22 timeframe. And then this gave you some screenshots of the SCR in the Senate bill. So the Utility Coordination Council actually has a structure that's outlined in that Senate bill. Here's the list of folks that are, for lack of better terms, supposed to be on the council.
So you can see we have a representative, a senator, the secretary, myself, and then we have representatives from the companies that are listed here. We also have a representative from Delaware Municipal Electric Corporation, ACEC, and the Delaware chapter of the National Association of Water Companies. So those are the people that are supposed to be part of the council, but then it is open to the public, so anybody can attend. And some updates. So leadership changed over the past year. Garth Jones is currently the chair, and Mark, I think you're the vice chair, so I put it in here that you're the vice chair. So Mark Lutz is the vice chair. We meet quarterly. Our next meeting is April 7th. So over the past number of years, we've been working on those recommendations that were formed out of the original working group and trying to implement the recommendations. So some of the things that we've implemented since creation has been DelDOT providing CAD files with submissions. So we're providing CAD files more regularly, and definitely if companies are interested in CAD files and we haven't provided them as part of our submission, we will provide those to you. Just ask. Providing plans with utilities shown in color, that is another recommendation. And that is something that is, I can't promise it's happening all the time, but it is happening a lot more frequently. Supplying a composite or roll plan. Sometimes this is in the form of a KMZ file, but we are trying to get out there on our projects, something that shows the full project limits with the improvements and the utility plans. And for some of the designers, PMs, and consultants in the room, maybe this is clicking some bells with some of the conversations we've had a lot lately. But this is something we're doing a lot more regularly. So if you have a project where we haven't supplied it, let us know. We will get it for you. So we updated the milestone response deadlines, for lack of a better term. So prior to going through this effort, back in the 07 version of the regulation, everything was 30 days. You had 30 days to respond to every plan submission that we submitted. Back after this, and with the more, I guess, the 03 regulation change, we did update those milestones. So now you have 90 days with certain milestone submissions, understanding that there's more that goes into that, and giving you more time to supply that information. So from the DelDOT standpoint, the designers and the consultants need to understand that the utility companies have regulated time that they're allowed to have as a minimum for their review and response to our projects. And each milestone has a different time frame associated with it. So you need to take that into account as part of your overall design schedule. Then performing better QA/QC on our plans, that has improved, and holding utility permits. So the one thing that came out of these discussions is one of the things that DelDOT can do to try to get better response on whatever our issue is that we're having through the design and construction process, is to withhold permits. So we essentially have now further put that into writing through what came out of these recommendations, but we've always done it, and we will continue to do it. If we need something and you're not giving it to us, that is one of the only things we can do to get your attention. So whether it's coming from me or whether it's coming from the district offices, that will continue. And at this point, we're reviewing the recommendations because it's been a number of years now. So we're reviewing those and trying to reprioritize kind of how we attack the remaining recommendations and if there's any new recommendations. So just so you guys can see the fun, I liked screenshots this year. So you guys are getting all sorts of great colorful things. This is just a spreadsheet that we've created. We had created it back when the recommendations were made, but essentially it's identifying the recommendations and where we're at in the process, whether it's been implemented, partially implemented, or it's outstanding. So the one was from design, and then the other one is from construction. So the first one was from the design subcommittee, and then this one's from the construction subcommittee. I know you can't read that, and you're not seeing the whole list, but just so you guys can see. So then with the Utility Coordination Council, again, there are subcommittees that feed into it. So the intent is that these subcommittees would be able to focus more on trying to work through and get some of these recommendations implemented, and if there's any other concerns and recommendations that come up. So leadership remains the same on those subcommittees. Alan is the chair of the design subcommittee, and I'm the chair of the construction subcommittee. Lately, we've been holding single meeting that covers both subcommittees, because what we found was there's overlap between the subcommittees. So when we were having separate meetings, we'd kind of design would start getting into the construction side and vice versa. So it seemed to make sense to combine them into one effort. Our next meeting is scheduled for March 10th, so it's coming up. Again, we're reviewing the recommendations and reprioritizing as directed by the Utility Coordination Council, the high-level group. And we have had post-construction reviews of DelDOT projects to help provide better insight in moving forward and trying to get better moving forward. And that came out of this effort. So here's the 8 projects that were selected to do post-construction reviews on. I won't read them all to you, but they're projects that are different parts of the state and different types of projects. So you'll see some, like most of them are larger projects, but then you'll see some bridge projects in there as well. And then the one project on 72 was specific to the advanced utility work, because we had done standalone project for that. So far, we've held the post-construction meetings on all but the last project on the list, 1-180, but that is being scheduled. I think I saw it scheduled in my email. So we're close to finishing all of these post-construction reviews. So here are some of the lessons learned, and kudos to Alan, because Alan's the one that's been coordinating all of this and keeping track of the lessons learned. No surprise, communication was at the top of the list. Communication at all phases of the project is key. Advanced relocations are a major advantage when possible. Like our construction section is probably saying, yeah, we've been saying that forever. But even the utility companies, most of the companies, when you get them together, their preference would be to get out and get moved and out of the way before construction starts. Less headaches for them as well. Having interim meetings and submissions between preliminary and semifinal plan phases is beneficial. So we're kind of between a rock and a hard place, and we've had a lot of conversations about this over the years, but for a lot of companies, our preliminary plans don't really give them enough, right? So especially for the underground companies, our preliminary plans aren't really telling them if there's conflicts. So they are pushing for more information. And then the aerial companies, they have enough information to understand, like if there's a pole line, hey, I'm in conflict. But ultimately, having more design information is beneficial to them, because they don't want to design something and have to come back with the next plan set and redesign it because things have changed. So we're always between that rock and a hard place in those conversations. But this is one of the things that was identified, is having these additional, these interim meetings to talk through that kind of stuff, and kind of jives with one of the recommendations that came out of the Utility Coordination Council as well. Having field inspection staff that's dedicated to the utility work. That has been very beneficial. They act as a primary point of contact, and so they're working with the utility companies hand in hand to keep things moving along. They're coordinating any additional information that the companies need, whether it be stakeout or what have you, maybe MOT discussions and needs. So we have done this on a number of projects over the years, and it just pays dividends. It seems to keep things moving a lot better, and the result is less impacts once our highway contractor gets into the picture. You know, especially when we're talking advanced utility work, the companies are going out and doing work with nothing to really show them what to do or where to do it. So having somebody there to assist and make sure they understand what they need to do and like what the stakes say and all that stuff, it's really, really beneficial. Any changes to utility relocations need to be communicated back to the design engineer and receive concurrence prior to implementing. We all know things change in the field. Especially when there's advanced utility work, if stuff's changing in the field and we don't know it, that can create huge issues. And so again, having the person in the field helps with this, because then they can help make sure everybody's talking, but there has to be discussion before stuff's just randomly changed. We've seen it on projects over the years, and what a utility might think is, or a specific group of folks at a utility company might think is a harmless change, ends up causing all sorts of issues. Any changes to the construction plans or the phasing, the DelDOT side by our contractor, need to be vetted through the utilities before implementing it. I always look at Tom Smith for this one because he stands up on his soapbox a lot for this, but we go through however many years to plan work out. And then as soon as the contractor comes into the picture, they have a better way of doing it. And if we allow them to just move forward, it has thrown 10 years of work away. And the utility companies need time to be able to understand if they can even accommodate what's being asked by the contractor. So again, going back to communication, like this is key. And again, it ties right into the recommendations from Utility Coordination Council. And we are very close to having a process in place to help with that. As-builts. As-builts for the utility relocation work need to be obtained while the work is being performed and shared with the design engineer. Again, like the better information we have that we can then provide to our contractor helps everybody. When we have a representative in the field, they can assist with this. So coordination with private developments that arise during design or construction can present challenges. I know that's preaching to the choir for our design folks, especially. It seems like we can't do projects anymore without having 1 or 2 or 5 private developments pop up and need to be coordinated. But it's crucial, right? Even from the utility company standpoint, just to tack on to that, if there's any proposed utility work that's coming up, like it's just crucial that we all talk and we all understand what's going to happen, so then we can plan accordingly. New utility installations within the limits of an upcoming project should be designed as much as possible to avoid or lessen future impacts. Again, that's the point of us knowing if utility companies share with us what they have coming up, then we can help meet this. And then changes to utility relocation designs should be minimized to avoid impacting the relocation designs of other utilities. Again, like something in the field that might seem like a minor change to the construction crew that's performing the work for the electric company, let's say, that has now impacted every other utility company that's on that site, whether they're aerial or underground potentially. So if we don't talk through that and make sure we're all on the same page before it happens, again, it takes 10 years worth of planning and throws it out the window. So constructability and ability to maintain utility relocations needs to be considered. And I always look at Bill McBain for this one because he's very good at making sure that he's thinking through maintenance of Delmarva's facilities when he's planning relocations on projects. But, you know, again, thinking of Bill, when we're doing open drainage concept with very shallow swales and that pushes a pole line 30 feet off the edge of pavement, how is the electric company going to get to that pole line? Like, how can they get in there when lines go down or they need to replace a transformer or whatever they need to do to that line? Like that's the type of things we all need to be thinking through. If it's not caught early, then it can cause issues once we're in construction. And then for the utility companies, it definitely will cause issues on the back end. Utility relocations, whether in advance or concurrent to DelDOT project construction, should be accomplished for the entire project limits to minimize temporary tie-ins and additional time to complete. So this is something that typically when we're coordinating projects with the utility companies, they are very vocal about. When they come in, they're trying to do the whole project limits. Otherwise, it can cause a lot more time and effort for them to perform their work. So we have to understand this when we're designing our projects. It'll show in the utility relocation bar charts that we create for the project, but it's just part of the discussion that we need to have throughout the design. Sometimes we as DelDOT might have needs where maybe we need something to be broken up a little bit, and we just need to make sure we're communicating that. Need to account for maintaining utility services, the signals, roadway lighting, ITMS facilities, and private customers. I know it was touched on earlier, but again, this is something that seems to be forgotten until later in the project, like right to the point where relocation work is happening in some cases. And it really impacts, like a utility may not be able to relocate into their final location as shown in the plans because they have to keep service going to everything that exists out there. And so it needs to be thought through as part of the design to understand like how the work can be performed. And potentially some things might have to be figured out temporarily, like lighting, for instance. But I know like on 24, all the pole work was done, but the old poles remain on one of the sections with lighting on it, just because the lighting needed to remain for the road. So for the passerby, you know, the general public, they're probably like, what the heck's going on here? But we're not allowed to take the lighting for the project away or for the location away. So it all needs to be understood and worked through. And then that goes into that last one, just making sure that the lighting is covered in each of the construction phases, especially if there's pedestrians. And again, when we're talking about advanced work, the DelDOT contractor may not even be out there or probably won't be out there. So if there was proposed lighting, that's not going to happen for quite a while until after all the utility work's done. All right, so moving over to the utility coordination on developer projects. This is that conversation we kind of got into right before this. The intent was to really talk through exactly that, the utility coordination on developer projects, and work through a path forward to address issues. This, especially over the last couple years, has been a challenge. Like developer projects running into issues, whether there's concerns that utility companies aren't responding quick enough to perform work or to provide designs, or conflict in the field because things weren't properly coordinated. It was just coming up more and more, so we wanted to pull a group together to kind of talk through the issues. Like I said before, we had several meetings and several stakeholders. Again, it was a lot of different stakeholders, and I think a lot of the different stakeholders came into the meeting with different thoughts and goals. So it was very hard to get any sort of consensus. It did seem like there's the willingness to work together, but how you work together was what was very difficult to iron out. Here's a list of some of the stakeholders that had attended all or some of the meetings. We had utility companies, we had engineering firms, developers, contractors, the DelDOT sections, and then professional organizations represented at the meetings. Our first meeting was held in August. We've held 5 meetings to date. That has resulted in the issuance of temporary guidance that addressed most of what seemed like the high level concerns, and that's what Brian was referring to. Our next meeting is scheduled for March 17th, and that meeting was intended to be more of a check-in with the stakeholders to say, okay, you asked for it, this temporary guidance was issued. How has it been since that temporary guidance has been issued? So that's it. Again, this was meant to be a very high level conversation related to the working groups, but I'm more than happy to answer any specific questions or any questions you might have related to any of that. There's a question over here.
Mark from Sussex County. Eric, a couple questions. The recommendations that are coming out from some of these working groups, and specifically that last one on developer projects, are they, or I think they were called temporary guidelines, are they being distributed to any other utility companies, or are they available for review and also by the public?
That's a good question. The temporary guidance was specifically, it came out of the developer working group. That temporary guidance is in the draft regulation right now. So it is just meant to be the placeholder until the regulation gets put in place. So if, as to whether or not it's available, I'm not sure. I'll have to look at how that was distributed and where it resides, but I can follow up with you on that.
Okay, so. And quick follow-up, back on SB 152, it lists a specific utility companies to be included in that. And I think the word shall be included was in there. Are there additional utility companies that could be added to that if deemed appropriate, or is that just that's a hard list that can't change?
So anybody can come to the meetings, and anybody, if you come to the meetings, you'll be included. But this is the list that was specifically set up by that Senate bill. So I don't know how that side of things works. If somebody wanted to be added or revised, but you're more than welcome to attend. The county is welcome to attend. Anybody in this room is welcome to attend those meetings. We do post when all of our public meetings are happening through our website. So you can go to our website and find out when any of these public type meetings are happening. And Mark, I don't know if you have any insight on that better than what I mentioned. It would have to be a code change, essentially. So was that it, Mark?
Just to follow up on that question, Eric, this is Brian Yates speaking on behalf of Development Coordination. So in regard to the interim guidance for related to the issuance of building permits on development, or not building permits, but utility permits on development projects, we issued a email blast back in December once that information became available, and as well posted the that internal guidance memorandum regarding DelDOT's utility regulation to the DevCord webpage. I believe, Eric, you also made it available on the DRC as well. So
yeah, so I asked for it to be added to the DRC. I can't tell you standing here today that it has been added to the DRC. I want to say I also sent it out to utility companies at around the same time that Brian had done the email blast for the development community. I know it has been an item in my monthly agendas, so this shouldn't be news to anybody, but I'll check. I'll double check. So, any other comments, questions?
So back to the utility holding permits, what authority does DelDOT have to do that? And I can pose that as being your neighbor from another agency called SHA, that we never were able to pull that off.
So essentially, the utilities are allowed in our right of way through the master franchise agreement, which is the high level document that essentially says you're allowed to utilize the space, but you got to play by our rules, right? And so any of the companies in the room, most of them are going to have master franchises in place. So that document at a high level says you're allowed, you play by our rules, and then our regulation says what those rules are. And so if you're not playing by those rules, then one of the things we can do is hold permits. Now, how effective that is, it does, and utility companies feel free to chime in whenever we've had to go to that. Like from my standpoint, we don't go into holding utility permits very lightly. But when we do, it gets that particular utility company's attention, especially because when we put a hold in place, we're not just going to hold in the one county where the issue is, we're holding statewide. And so for like the Comcast, the Delmarvas, and the Verizons, like that causes big issues. But again, if we've gotten to that point, it's really our only leverage to try to resolve whatever we're working.
Is there leniency when it is like somebody needs electricity for life support or it's a broadband connection?
Yes. I mean, we're not going to say you can't go out and restore power to this neighborhood or whatever. But on the flip side, and companies might not like me for saying this, but I can guarantee you there's a whole lot of work that's happening in the state without permits. So it's only based on what we see and what our public, because usually I'm reaching out to the public works offices as soon as it happens and I'm saying, hey, guys, I'm putting a hold on Verizon's permits statewide. If you see Verizon working or if you receive any permits, stop them. But there's not very many inspectors. So, it's going to be based on them finding what's happening out there.
Just segued into my next ones. When the field inspectors for the relocations happening, is that DelDOT and is it utility permit inspectors or construction? Or is it consultants?
So when we're talking related to our capital projects, any utility relocation work, that's either going to be handled by our construction staff or a consultant working for our construction staff. We do have avenues to bring on consultant inspection through our subsurface utility engineering agreements, but our construction staff's preference is that they hire a consultant through their agreement because ultimately they're hiring somebody who's going to be on the project, once construction starts as well.
So the follow-up there is, how did you facilitate that? You might have heard me talk about this over the years. Maryland SHA had a construction directive, but nobody followed it from like '89. So when Nelson and I rewrote it, the districts still weren't following it. What was that selling point? Was it just an overall project?
So a couple of things. One, we're fortunate, Delaware being small, like we are centralized, right? So even though we have staff that work what I'll call out of more district offices, it's all centralized through headquarters. So, and Mark Buckaloo could probably speak more to that, but I think that allows us to have better conversations versus maybe as much siloing that happens in some other states. But just from my 2 cents, I think we tried having the inspection presence on 1 or 2 projects not that long ago. And I think people saw the benefits really quickly. Just there was better attention on utility work, not just in trying to ensure that it was going where it was supposed to go, but that there was communication to say, hey, you said you were going to be out here, but you're not, and trying to have that dialogue and stay on top of the utility companies to keep things rolling. So it seems like folks saw how beneficial that was and agreed that, hey, we need to keep doing this. And again, folks from construction, feel free to chime in, but that's what it has seemed like to me. But it does come at a cost. And usually when this type of work is happening, it's happening through consultants, and that's not cheap. And I know we have had projects over the years where you're in some regards spending as much on utility inspection as you are, at least for the early parts of construction inspection. So, but again, we've seen good benefits.
I applaud you and your coworkers.
Buck, anything you want to add to that? I'm here for you, buddy. Anybody else?
All right. Thanks, Eric. So we're gonna, like most of us know, we are able to be flexible and pivot. So we're gonna pivot here. Lunch is not ready just yet. We're early, so you can't say utilities are not early.
Planned it this way, folks.
That's right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring to the stage now George Pierce. We'll have a discussion on construction discussion and lessons learned. And then hopefully within the next 20 plus minutes, lunch will be ready. So I appreciate everyone being flexible and working with us. So George.
Thanks, Monroe. All right, I get to go before lunch. I'll try to keep it fun. I didn't put my contact information up here. Everybody has it on their missed calls. I'm calling to complain about utilities being late or design being wrong. What may it be? All right. Well, mission statement, we've seen it a lot. Oh, wait, I shouldn't go right into that, right? I should give a preface. Matt Schlitter's not even here. All right. So we get asked a lot in construction. When you're a utility company doing work with DelDOT, you're generally going to be coming in underneath of a construction contract where you're governed by our rules, or you're going to come through a utility permit through Public Works. And there's a lot of confusion and questions I get on that. So I made this slide to explain the difference between construction projects and Public Works. Lesson here for Matt is to put your picture on the org chart so I don't have to Google you. He did go 3 for 4 that day for NJIT, so he did pretty good. I'm a good sport. It's not a very flattering picture of me either. All right, but seriously, so we have construction projects, Public Works. When you are doing utility work for a DelDOT construction project, you do not need to get a utility permit because you have been through the entire process with us. So we know where you're going to go. We generally went over the details of the project with you, so you can skip that, you know, within reason, because sometimes we have to extend the limits, but we try to keep it like that. The reason for that, like I said, is because we've been through this process. We know where you're going. We know where our improvements are going. So everything should be coordinated well. At times, this does cause conflicts. I've been called, I can't do this on a DelDOT utility permit. Why am I doing that on a DelDOT construction project? But you have to understand, we're trying to we're trying to cover, you know, we're throwing a net out and we're getting a lot of projects. So our Public Works people are trying to account for all these kind of different things you're running into. And in a construction project, we've spent 4, 5, 6 years in design with you. So there's gonna be a little bit of difference in those processes. So I'm just trying to kind of hit that from the get-go and let you know, we try to stay consistent, but at times there's gonna be some differences. So if you are involved in the DelDOT construction project, you can kind of break it down, utility relocations, into 3 different kind of 3 differences we have. The first is advanced work. So this is when you're going to come out before the project even starts, get your utilities out of the way. That way construction can roll forward without any issues. The advanced work is always going to be a lower risk for the department. You're not built into our schedule. We haven't awarded it to the contractor yet. Maybe not. So it helps us when we're mitigating delays in the contract, which ultimately is going to cost us money. The things you have to remember, if you're going to do advanced work, we do not have a contract on board 9 times out of 10 in these instances. So whenever you're doing your agreements with Eric, you got to account for your MOT, advanced clearing. I could spend from now until lunch talking about advanced clearing, but just let it know, we do not have a contractor available to go out there and get the trees out of the way or to get any of the obstructions out of the way that you have to deal with. So you need to account for that or have a conversation with Eric earlier in the process so we can set a different contract up and get that done. You're also not going to have excavation support if you need to do some trenching. That sometimes comes back as an issue. What we want to do by having advanced work is avoid overlaps with the contract works, and this will minimize delays if we're actually getting a realistic schedule from everyone. We have a lot of planning goes into when We are gonna go out, start a contract, award a contract. There's a whole process we have to go through internally. So it's very important if advanced work says, if the utilities come to us and say, it's gonna take us 6 months to get this work done, that it is done at that 6 months because the wheel is spinning, the ball is rolling, whatever you wanna say. We're moving forward towards getting this thing built. The last thing I put on here is, oh, sorry, getting ahead of one. We also need realistic timelines from DelDOT. Don't want to just pick on the utility companies. And this is especially important with right-of-way. Yes, Monroe. The problem we'll run into is we have all this advanced work in place and the utility company is ready to go, but we don't have right-of-way clear. So we need to make sure internally that we're communicating and getting those right-of-way clearances done before we send this advanced work out. And finally, it would be good for DelDOT to streamline the utility notice to proceed process somehow, Eric, because that seems to be a hiccup with the utility companies getting started as well. I know there's checklists and requirements back and forth with that, but that would be a good thing for us to work on. All right, moving on. Next thing you will have is concurrent work. This is a much higher risk to the department. Could potentially lead to claims if the contract is delayed with our contractors. The big thing here is we need a clear understanding of the phasing from everyone involved, and we need to coordinate all of that overlap so that we can mitigate it. The biggest thing is just letting us know, how long do you need? Where are you going to go? How are you going to do it? A lot of times we can work around things with our contractor. If you're running behind, we just really need to have a good understanding of that timing and what you're doing. Any delay on either side is going to cost the other side money. It's the same for your utility company. If our contractor gets in your way and your contractor is getting delayed, the first thing they're going to do is come to you and ask for more money. They're doing the same thing to us. So that communication and keeping that open as we're moving through concurrent work is vital. Finally, something we see a little bit of is DelDOT, what we'll call contract utility work. That's where we take the utility relocations and incorporate them into our plan set. You'll typically see this with water and sewer work, mainly, not really a lot with the overhead. Although the shared utility trench example that I skipped being up here with Joe for earlier is something you might see in a DelDOT utility work. Some things understand, you are underneath of our specification because you are advertised with the DelDOT contracts. That, I see Greg back there. That's something that you should be familiar with before you enter this agreement to work with us, because there's a whole, what we call the 100 section in the beginning that governs our claims, our changes, our differing site conditions. Your utility work is now bound by our contract. So just really take some time, read that over, so that way you're not blindsided when one of us construction engineers comes back to the company and says, hey, we've ran into a problem. We're going to have to justly compensate the contractor. You'll need to follow our specification format. This used to be a bigger issue. I think that we've come a long way in that. We cannot bid the way that you typically bid your work and put it out from what I've seen from your designers, what I'm saying, your utility company designers typically. The only thing that seems to work on our end is to do everything as a lump sum and then do breakout sheets included with that work. That's going pretty well, so just keep that in mind. And the last thing I wanted to touch on is if we have shared utility work, generally the owner is going to provide an inspection representative. That inspection representative needs to work closely with our inspectors who are on site to make sure everyone's on the same page with any changes. We don't want to have instances where our contractors working directly with your utility inspector doing changes on the contract without letting us know. All right, some things we do well. I think the change of having standalone utility pre-construction meetings and progress meetings has been going well for everyone. We've been getting great participation from the companies, so we want to thank everybody for that. It was touched on earlier by Eric, by having what we'll call utility coordination liaisons in the districts, handling the coordination with the companies. That has gone over very well. It offers a single point of contact for everyone to go to. there's been great cooperation between companies for concurrent work. So a lot of the carriers will piggyback on each other and say, hey, while I'm here flipping back for Verizon, I'll go ahead and grab this other line and throw it back. It doesn't always happen, but when it does, it just seems to expedite the process. So we like seeing that. And the last part is these nifty little bar charts included in the utility statements. Our contractors actually build these in to the CPM schedules on our contracts. So the accuracy of these is important, and just having them is a lot bigger help than reading through the 30 pages of the utility statement and trying to transpose that into a schedule. Some things we could do better. Incomplete designs from the utility companies after we're starting the contract. I've had this come where we've coordinated a project for 4 years and we get to construction, we have the utility pre-con, and the company goes, we're finishing design. So not picking on anyone, but you know, we've been through such a long process. I don't know how this hasn't started yet. Maybe it's at a conceptual phase, a semifinal phase, you needed to get it to final, but we really need this done when we advertise our contract. That kind of, I guess, goes along with the utility companies. I'm just saying behind the scenes, the things that you need to have done in order for you to get your project moving on the ground, be it your environmental permits, advertising the contract, getting it through your contract admin process in order to award a contract. These things need to line up with our schedules. So just please make sure that you are you're looking at that and incorporating that into that bar chart. There's some lack of details and feasibility on both the design sides from either side. I'm going to get in, I got a little part at the end here about that, so I won't focus on that too much right now. And along with that, long lead times, transformers, steel, cast in place boxes, things like that. Just please make sure you have those ready to go and they're fitting in with your timeline. We run into some confusion also when we're out there with the inspector overlap. Who's inspecting what? Who's reporting to who? Who's going to do the layout? Just all of this is driving field changes. And everyone in here that administers contracts know. Anytime you're changing something in the field, it's costing money. So we want to minimize that. So the big thing is just communication and giving us realistic timelines. Maintenance of traffic. Make sure that you're aware in the plan set, if you're under the contract with us, be it advanced or concurrent work, you're dictated by the allowable lane closure hours in our contract. You should get this table. I hope this table is going out to everyone, Eric. If you need to change something, this isn't set in stone. It's sent out by traffic safety. They just advise. We'll work with them. And the biggest thing is night work. We're only ever allowed to work at night, but every electrical contractor in here has told me they can't work at night due to voltage loads, safety concerns, OSHA, what be it. So we've had to change this. Just let us know, give us some time. Don't tell us a week ahead, give us 2 weeks, and we'll work it out with traffic safety. I also put in here about public notices, press releases. If you're doing advanced work, just work with whoever your engineer representative is at DelDOT, your area engineer, to get out public notices or VMS boards, whatever it may be, so that we're not getting 300 phone calls to our traffic management center asking what's going on and no one knows. So erosion and sediment control. All right. This looks good, right? There's some silt fence. I don't know your world when you're doing standalone utilities, but I do know a little bit about the E&S world in the sense a lot of times you're going to be under a standard plan or exempt. If you're on a DelDOT project, you're covered by our NOI for that project, and a lot of that falls back onto the construction contractor. So just be aware that you need to be following the E&S rules, or if you're not, we're getting in trouble for it and the contractor's paying to fix it. So a lot of times in construction, we're just gonna take care of it, the issue. But if you're in advanced work, we've had instances where we have no one to take care of the issue and we're getting violations from our E&S section or DENREC. So please be aware of a lot of times the work isn't as disturbing as I'm showing here. So it's just a little bit of cleanup afterwards. Don't leave your piles of soil sitting on site or your bedding material for your pipe sitting there for a month. Just get it out of the way and get it cleaned up. All right, so this was supposed to come in phases, but it didn't. Mark loves a good top 10 list, Mr. Lutz. So I made a top 10 ways to avoid utility conflicts. Just work around it in design, please. And now I'm going to get into utilities for designers. All right, so what we have here are, for everyone on the utility side might not know how DelDOT's broken up in our hierarchy. We have 3 different design groups. We have road design, bridge design, and traffic design. Here's a handy little key how to recognize which design group you're talking to. Road designers, and beer. And usually when you call, you're gonna talk to a consultant because that's, you know, how they work it. Bridge designers have the pants, they're always high with the nice shoes. Traffic, I've emailed them and talked to them a lot. I've never met one. They're in a bunker in Smyrna. But so for the utility, that's how you know if it's a road, bridge, or traffic designer you're talking to. So instead of picking on the utility companies, I'm going to pick on the designers. Full disclosure, I spent 9 years there messing things up before I ever got to construction. All right, so first, what is a utility pole? Bottom right is what a utility pole is to a designer. It's a circle with a line through it, and they put an RLO and just move the thing. It doesn't matter if it's a service pole or a transmission pole. We just got to move it. Curbs got to go there. So what I'm trying to show is there's different types of poles. And we'll say that it gets more complicated as you move to the right. Maybe, I'm in Sussex County. I don't deal with municipal poles. That might be in Wilmington. So if you have a service pole, it's generally just going to be carrying service feed to a home or business. Distribution is 90% of what's out there. That's where you're carrying the electric distribution on the top, carriers on the bottom. Transmission, that is transmitting large voltage over big areas. These are gigantic poles. So what's on a pole? On a typical distribution line, you're going to have power at the top. It's live. It can shock you. Below that, you're going to have all of your carriers. Here, it's a little bit of a joke, but it's true. If you take each one of those carriers, just go ahead and multiply the amount of time it's going to take to relocate them by 3. They can't move it once. They got to move one at a time. Every time they move, it's got to sit for a month and cure before they can splice it. This is a long process. It's sequential. Some common things we see with poles and things to just pass on to the design side when you're looking at this. All right, the height of a typical pole is going to be 40 feet. You're shooting for an 18-foot clearance. The communication lines that are underneath of that need to have a 40-inch offset, and then they're placed. Sometimes you got to look at this. Are you raising an intersection up? Are you doing elevation changes? Do you have signs that might be in the way? This is something you got to take into account when you're looking at your pole layout from a design perspective. There's things you can do. You have to stay 10 to 20 foot from a live power line. This is for our bridge designers when they want us to put a crane over top of a power line and drop in spans. It's not going to work. We need temp relocations. We need to drop it down. Sometimes you can get away with shielding. Sometimes you can get away with temporary offsetting. It's just something you got to look at. And finally, I did want to note that there is options for offset alley arms. We have used these on projects in towns in areas where we don't have a lot of right-of-way. They're a good little solution that you can work with the power company to possibly incorporate. For the signal designers, the ones in the bunker, I couldn't find a picture of this. You like my drawing? I hope it makes sense. You have your utility running. Behind it, you have a support pole for a traffic signal. The traffic signal support span is snaked through between the power and the comms. In order for each of those comms to move back, our traffic people have to show up, pull that signal span out, hold it. One goes back. Then they put it in place again and again. You have 3 or 4 moves like this. You could try, I think once in the last 9 years, I got 2 to show up at the same time from the utility companies to throw it back. you're never going to get 3 or 4. I would suggest to anyone in traffic, scope your project beforehand. If you have this issue, drive a tent pole in the front, get that span out of the way. That way we can take care of our relocations, which saves so much time. Another few things on the signal design end are making sure that your service feeds and your cabinet locations are at a pole that can actually get power. Typically, that's not going to be a service pole. You want to see a transformer. You want to see, it's just something you got to check with Delmarva to make sure, or DEC or whoever you're working with, that they can get power there. And finally, the meter applications. That's something that'll hold us up a lot. If we got a signal that needs to be live, we need to make sure that the meter applications are in and have enough time to process with the utility company. Some other common pole issues. Excavation. Poles are in the ground, 10% of the height plus 2 foot. That's what Google told me. Seen them shallower. If we're going to excavate a new ditch next to an existing pole line and not move it, we need to check into this. If we're going to excavate a new ditch next to an existing pole line that we're not going to get moved until a later phase, we need to look into this. Some things you can do to get around it are holding or bracing of the pole. And then the last thing I want to mention is at the bottom is a picture of a transmission foundation. When I was talking about that symbol for a pole, we don't designate what is what. You need to know if there's a transmission pole foundation out there, you're talking a 6-foot base that's 20, 40 feet into the ground. So these are things you got to account for. Also, guy wires. This is over, a lot of times we're not picking this up into design. My little schematic here, you want the lines to run straight and not zigzag, because every time you're turning, you got to put another guy into the pole. Anytime you're coming off on a 90, you're putting a guy. The guy is just countering that pull from the secondary line. So where's your guy going to end up? Is it going to end up in a sidewalk? Is it going to end up over top of a sidewalk where you're not going to have clearance for pedestrians underneath? Or are you going to have to brace it into a clear zone? Or are you going to have it in the middle of our excavation where we need to build something? This is just something to take into account. Underground, put it underground, you don't have to worry about it, right? Well, you still have stuff above ground. You have gigantic transformers that need to go in. You have pool boxes that need to go in. And you also need to account for the fact that you have to pull this stuff through, not by hand, but you know, you're pulling all of these comms through. So you got to keep it in a straight line again. Last thing is a trench box. Now I know somebody's going to say, well, they make 4-foot trench boxes. Sure. Point to a contractor. They all have the same old 6-foot trench box that they use over and over and over again on a site. So you need to account for this when you're spacing your utilities. A lot of times we go out and we have utilities all set 2 feet. There's no way we're going to support excavation to get these in. So make sure you're keeping in mind about that part. Pipe services. We have sewer and water. We have sewer issues, service feeds and cleanouts. This is sewer and water. If you have your line and you are putting something between the right-of-way and the service line, you're going to be impacting the service connections. So you need to account for that. Even though you might not be hitting the main line, you're going to probably hit the services. Also, are we converting over from a septic system? Are we impacting that septic? We need to take that into account in order to get tie-ins done. Trench box is 6 feet. And finally, sometimes you run into asbestos insulated on these old pipes in sewer and water. So if that's the case, we need to know early so we can set that up internally at DelDOT. Water, it's kind of the same thing. We're looking at 6-foot trench box. I'll say it again. The service connections, hydrant grading. That hydrant on the bottom probably isn't going to work too well. You need to take into account what your final grading is going to be before we set the hydrants. That picture is actually in the city of Rehoboth. We excavated a water line. Water has a lot of pressure. So when you open up that much of an existing water line, even though you're not directly impacting it, you need to brace it somehow. I don't think that the excavator and rope is the safest thing to do. So please take this into account in design. And finally, the last 10-foot separation from sewer. We got lunch. Won't get into that. Vertical clearances. So a lot of times we're going to have sewer or water drops for an open ditch because we're not going to have enough clearance on top of that utility. This is something you can design around. We do it in construction after the fact, but you don't always have to do that drop. Sometimes you can just pipe that section, or you can shorten a ditch, or you can switch it to closed drainage. These are just, there's a lot of things you can do to avoid that clearance issue that saves a ton of money for everyone and a ton of effort. So look into that. And the last thing is the old flip the box. There's our drainage inlets on the bottom. Just flipping a box saves so many utility relocations in the field by the way those drainage inlets are offset to the box. Gas services, stay away from them. One big thing with gas on your designations, you'll get gas designation, call it 3.5 feet everywhere. Gas is bored. They bore it like a W, and then they take those joints and fuse them and drop them back down. They don't always get back down to 3 feet. So we want to take this into consideration when you're running a ditch line and you're cutting it right on top of a gas service, because there's been a lot of times where gas has seemed fine, and then we have a conflict. Joe touched earlier on a shared utility trench. This is another example of a shared utility trench. At the bottom is our baseline schedule. I won't say what project it is to pick on anyone, but all of the utilities that you see in that picture are concurrent utility relocations to complete at the time construction was to complete. The problem is on the picture on the right, where that pipe is sitting is a bridge abutment. So that wasn't going to work out. So once we got to construction, we had to pivot very quickly, and we needed to relocate all of these communications and electric down into, well, it was just going to be open trenched for everybody in front of our bridge abutment. There's the picture. Obviously, we're never going to coordinate that and get that done unless we have maybe 2 or 3 years. We had 6 months. So we did a shared utility trench. Here's a little clip from the design on what we did. We actually had the DelDOT contractor go out and install the conduits and encasement on site, and then each utility come back and do the relocations. This isn't much different than what we did over on SR24. Here's some pictures of the installation. This one was a lot deeper. There were more clearance issues because I do believe, Mr. McBain, this was a much higher voltage situation for you guys. So someone earlier was asking for timeline. Well, here you go. We identified the conflict on December 21st. March 25th, we started preliminary design of the utility trench. We issued the official revision on April 11th. We began work in May. The work was completed on May 23rd. So then all the utility companies were relocated in September. Still pretty good. So start to finish there, we're talking 9 months to do a relocation that was shown on the original bar chart is taking almost 3 years. All right. A little long, sorry. Everybody ready for lunch? Any questions?
You might not be the person to answer this, but in regards to road permitting for DelDOT-driven lighting projects, Delmarva Power has been shut down for not putting in road permits when it's a DelDOT-driven lighting project. So we should fall under that fold of not requiring a permit, correct?
If it's related to the contract, yeah. And sometimes this stuff falls through the cracks. The best thing to do, you should have an area engineer assigned to that contract that you can reach out to talk to the district to work through this. This is a situation down south. I've had to work out with Rob and Matt before.
So, So Tom, just to add to what George said, because that may be a loaded question.
There you go.
If it is a capital project that came through my office, you will probably not need a permit. But I think a lot of what you're running into is it's a standalone traffic item that gets sent out to you guys to put the lighting up. We do not have inspectors for that work. So you will, unfortunately, you will need a permit because we have nobody else to cover the inspection of that work. So I think that's what you're getting at.
So Eric, these DelDOT bucks, is this good for like a free, no questions asked permit down south?
They're not get out of jail free cards.
All right, any other questions or comments? That was actually a good one.
Sorry, I don't really have a question for you, George. It's really a comment. If you're looking at doing shared trenches, it's the better way to go. Get in front of it early. It does help us funding wise down the road and coordinating everything. So good job, by the way, George.
Anybody else? George, I appreciate you.
Hold on, there's one more.
Hey, George, we'll just add weekends are okay too, not just nights.
True. Oz will send you out there at 4 a.m. in the summer on a Sunday. Yeah, 4 to 6. That's when you can pull overhead.
All right, last call. Anybody, any other questions or comments? All right, again, George, appreciate you. Thank you. All right, lunch is ready, but before we adjourn for lunch, don't forget to sign in for this afternoon, especially if you want PDH. There are 2 lines, so there's a left and a right side. So for the left side, go all the way to the far left to form the line. On this side here, on the far right, there are 2 sides, so go on both sides. Let's reconvene at 1:10 so that we can start at 1:15 promptly. So thank you.
One second.
I know everyone's still eating. Did anyone lose a ring? If you lost a ring, see me, please. A ring.
All right, if you can start making your way back to your seats, that would be great. So while you all are making your way to your seats, don't forget, if you did not sign in for the afternoon, particularly for PDH credit, you may want to quickly do that right now. So there was a ring that was found by someone in here earlier, or I guess during lunch. So did anyone in here lose a ring? Probably, okay. All right, thank you. So Becky's going to, and Monica are going to talk about real quickly what the last few presentations, the DelDOT bucks. So here they are.
All right, so real quick, I'm just gonna push these DelDOT bucks. In all transparency, I thought there was gonna be a little bit more interaction to give these out. I therefore did not plan ahead for when people have just one. I would have multiple people with just one. I have 2 bags, 2 swag bags, that's it. So it really is going to be like what Shantae said earlier, like a competition. So you really want to earn these so you can be one of the top 2 to get one of them bags. All right. Participations, asking questions to the presenters, asking questions to each other, you know, kicking off other questions, just anything. All right. We're going to be walking around with these and we really want to give them out. Okay. And you know, not throwing a guilt trip or anything out there, but it really was time consuming to make these things. So I would like to give them away. So, all right, there you go.
All right, thanks, Becky. So in translation, that means let's increase the level of participation in these last couple presentations. So with that, I'd like to bring up to the stage to give a program forecast, Matt Vincent, Chief of Project Development North, and Mike Simmons, Chief of Project Development South.
Thank you, Monroe. So yeah, like Monroe said, my name is Matt Vincent. I'm the Chief of Project Development North for DelDOT. We're just going to give kind of a quick high-level overview of sort of the major projects that are coming through our pipeline and in construction and in design. I'm going to be running you through the project in Newcastle County. Mike, like Monroe said, is my counterpart for PD South, so he'll be running through Kent and Sussex County. This is going to be a kind of a high-level, kind of 50,000 foot overview of the projects that we're doing. So not a ton of detail, but just to kind of give everybody an idea of what's coming down the pipeline. So I think we've seen this a number of times today. It's our mission statement. You know, every trip, every mode, every dollar, and every one, and that's what we strive to achieve with all of our capital projects. This is not mine, I promise. I'm not copying George. I'm not nearly as funny as George.
Change orders. Oh, no, I messed up. This look better.
That's it.
Am I good sharing wise again?
All right, thanks, Eric. So, like I said, so same mission statement as I said before. So we're going to go through these. It's kind of focused on the major projects, and we break it down kind of by the major corridors in each county. So if you see, there's this kind of color coded. We've got yellow for completed projects, orange for projects that are under construction. Green is in the project development kind of design phase, and then I think there's a couple slides that have blue for projects that are kind of in the planning or early project development phase. So start off with I-95. This corridor is perpetually under construction. We always have projects along here. So you can see there's a whole lot of yellow. And again, I'm not going to go through every single one of these. I'm just going to touch on a couple of them. You can see by all the yellow, we've had projects, tons of projects here over the years. A couple of projects that are in construction. I-295 widening as you go, 95 and 295 split, you head toward the Delaware Memorial Bridge. We see a lot of backups there, so we're widening that to allow for a little bit more capacity through there. That started construction just in the last couple of months, so we'll be moving through there. Our I-95 and SR 896, that's also in construction. That's a complete reconfiguration of the 95 and 896 interchange. A lot of new flyover ramps, a lot of structural work going on. I've got a couple of pictures here coming up. So that's in construction right now. Newark Regional Transportation Center, a lot of work that's been done already with parking lots and the building. We're currently kind of working through coordination with Amtrak on some of the final phases of the work. I'll just leave it at that in terms of the coordination with Amtrak. And then again, in green, a couple of bridge projects. And again, some of these, the bridge, well, 1-738, 739, 719, and 720. The next time you see this presentation, those will both be switched over to orange. I think they've actually started construction, or they're getting ready to here in the next couple of weeks. As well as the I-95 viaduct substructure work that's kind of a follow-on to the Restore the Corridor project. That's kind of in the same boat. That's really just started construction now. And again, a couple of additional bridge projects that are in design right now. So that's kind of an overview of the 95 corridor. Again, a lot of stuff that's happened, a lot of stuff that's going to continue happening over the next couple of years. Here's a couple of images from the 95, 896 project. Again, a lot of structural work. You can see all the structures, MSC walls. A lot of work going in. They've done a ton of work and will continue to do a lot as we work toward completion in, I believe, 2026. SR1, again, another corridor that's had a lot of work going on. Again, a lot of yellow here, a lot of kind of smaller projects that have stemmed from the overall SR1 program. The most recent project that we've completed is the US 13 SR1 southbound merge. As you're going south on Route 1 as 13 and 1 merge, you get a lot of backups. Route 1 had previously merged down to a single lane, and that that caused a lot of backups for folks coming south, especially on beach weekends, things like that in the summer. So this project basically reversed so that Route 13 merged down to a single lane. We maintained 2 lanes through on SR1, and I think we've seen some pretty good improvement in terms of traffic flow through that interchange. See the green, we have a number of projects that all kind of, again, all stem from the overall Route 1 program. There's the main line widening of SR1 on the north end that runs from Road A, kind of on the north end, to Tybout's Corner on the south end, going from 2 lanes to 3. Also includes the Newtown ramps, not New Twan ramps as it says on here. I'll have to change that. So the Newtown ramps, as well as a couple of interchange reconfigurations, the SR1 and 273 interchange, and the Tybout's interchange. So don't have specific schedules. Both of those we're just working to progress the designs right now. A lot of this is dependent on funding. These are major projects, hundreds of millions of dollars. But right now we're trying to just progress the design, put us in a good position to go to construction when that's ready. Last corridor for Newcastle County is the US 40 corridor. Again, a couple of smaller, relatively smaller projects. 1472, the SR 72 widening was just completed. I think there's a couple of minor items that we'll come back to in the spring, but that's essentially complete at this point. In design right now, we've got the US 40 and 896 interchange. That design is largely complete. We're working on acquiring right-of-way. Again, that's going to be dependent on funding when we get to construction. Very similar for Route 4 widening between 896 and Elkton Road. A lot of development on the Star campus that's kind of adjacent to that. And the road there is in pretty bad shape right now. So again, we're trying to progress that design so it's ready once we have funding for construction that we can go ahead. The one that's going into construction now, US 40 widening between Salem Church Road and Walther Road. We've been doing a lot of advanced utility work over the last year or so. We've put that out. That's out for, or actually we're working on awarding that contract now. So we're looking for the actual road work to go into construction here this spring. The last one in blue, 40 and 7 interchange. It's the 40 and 7 intersection. We've done some improvements in the past, some small pedestrian improvements here and there. But now we're looking at the broader intersection with potential connections to the Eden Square Shopping Center to alleviate some of the issues that the proximity to some of those traffic lights cause, as well as potential concepts for grade separation. So again, that's in the very early stage of design. We're working on kind of brainstorming concepts for that and seeing where we go from there. So that's it for the Newcastle County projects. I'll turn it over to Mike, and he'll talk about Kent Sussex.
Before I get started, looks like I got a phone call coming in here. Matt, would you mind covering my slides for me? Looks like George Pierce is trying to call me. I should probably take this. Might be important. So again, I'm Mike Simmons. I'm the Chief of Project Development South. Most of you have seen some version of this presentation numerous times. So I recognize that. I'm going to go through this really quick, just like Matt did. Sort of building on what Matt said, a lot of what you're going to see is going to be, some of the circles are going to be in yellow. That means they're completed. Some of them were completed several years ago. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on those. You're going to see some other ones that are blue, like Matt said. that are planned, but we're not working on them yet. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on those either. I'm going to try, as I go through these slides as quickly as I can, just try and focus on the ones that are in design and construction, and try and give you a little bit of an update on those projects. Although I think probably most of the ones in design, most of the utility companies are already deeply engaged with us already, but I'll try and go through these as quickly as I can. Woo. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry. So I'll start with the little insert, square insert in the top left. That's the intersection of US 13, Brentford Road, Big Oak Road. That's currently in design. Right-of-way acquisition is currently underway, and we're hoping to get this project to construction late here in 2025. I'll jump over to number 1 at the top. I point that out because it should probably be green. That's the intersection improvements at Bay Road, MLK Boulevard. And we're just getting started on the design of that, so we should probably change that from blue to green. I'm going to jump down to number 4. That's the Camden Bypass West. It's under construction now. Anybody that's driven through Camden lately, you can't miss it. It's a pretty big project. It's well underway. Just immediately to the west is number 3, and that's the West Camden Bypass, and that is in design. Right-of-way acquisition is wrapping up, has wrapped up. We're hoping to advertise that very soon. Hoping to get construction started, hopefully by this summer. I'll jump up to number 2. That's US 13 widening project from Lockmeath Way to Punch and Run Connector. We're really in the final stages of design and final stages of right-of-way acquisition. But right now, construction is currently scheduled for FY28. If you jump down to number 5, that's the southern piece of the US 13 widening project from Walnut Shade to Lockmeath Way. That's also in design and right-of-way acquisition, but that's not funded until FY29. Just below that, number 6 is Walnut Shade Road from US 13 to Punch Peachtree Run. And we're hoping to advertise that in the fall and get construction started as early as we can in 2026. So you already saw this picture a second ago. It's a great picture of the East Camden Bypass. Looking south, that's US 13 to the right. Pretty cool picture. That project's coming along very nicely. Okay, what we're calling US 8 corridor projects, so on or sort of in the vicinity of SR 8. I'll start at the top, sort of left project. It's an intersection improvement at the intersection of SR 15 and 42. Design is underway. We're already doing as much utility coordination as we can on that one. Immediately below that, the orange circle is the intersection of Kenton Road and Central Church Road. We're actually hoping to advertise that. It's in our advertisement queue. We're hoping to get that advertised very soon. And I think a lot of the utility relocations are actually already taking place. I'll jump down to number 2 on your map. So the intersection of SR8, Chestnut Grove, Nault Road intersection improvements. We're in the very early stages of design, so you'll be seeing more of that in the future from us. Over to number 4 is Kenton Road. Jason from the city of Dover talked about that one earlier. That's under construction. A lot of utilities are already moving. Next one, number 5, is College Road, very early stages of design. So you'll probably be hearing more from us in the near future about that one. I think that about covers most of that page. So we'll jump down here to the SR 15 corridor projects, Canterbury Road. I'll start with number 2. That's actually Iris Hill Road from Fox Chase Road to McGinnis Pond Road. That one's a little further advanced than some of these others, so I'll start there. It's in the design phase, in right-of-way acquisition. We're hoping to get that one to construction in 2026. The next 3 projects, number 3, 4, and 5, hard to see in this light, 3, 4, and 6 on your map along Canterbury Road. So it's SR 15 Irish Hill Road, SR 15 Andrews Lake Road, and then the intersection of 12 and 15. Those are all intersection improvements. They're going to all end up being roundabouts. They're in the very early stages of design. So keep your eyes peeled for that. Not going to get into the ones in blue at this time. So we'll jump down to SR1. Got a lot going on here. You can see we already have a lot completed. Obviously, we don't need to spend a lot of time talking about those. Number 6 is SR1 southbound at US 113. We're just now starting on that, so we should probably change that to green on this map. But you'll be hearing more from us on that one. Number 10, SR1, SR16. Obviously, that's under construction, coming along very nicely, well underway. See, I'll jump down. 12 and 13 are smaller projects. They're predominantly crossover modification projects. SR1 at Hudson Road Steamboat Landing, and then SR1 at Eagle Crest and Oyster Rocks. Those are both in design, so keep your eyes peeled for that. We're sort of monitoring those intersections for accidents and see how the existing conditions are holding up. I'll jump to 14 is SR1 Cave Neck Road. That's in design and right-of-way acquisition. Pretty big grade separated intersection. We're hoping to get that to construction in 26. 15, SR1 minus Conway. That's another big project that's coming. It's already advertised. We're hoping to get construction started this summer. And let's see, I think that's about it for the SR1 corridor. Here's a pretty cool picture of 1 and 16 under construction. That's sort of, I guess that's the southbound lanes that are under construction there with the new concrete. So you're looking sort of from the northeast towards southwest. That project's coming along very nicely. So we'll swip over to 113 corridor projects. You can see we've got a lot planned for this corridor and a few in design. The number 2 is it's actually showing up as green. That's 113 and 16 at Ellendale. It's green because there's money programmed for the design, but it's actually not until FY27. So we're not working on it right now. So, I mean, one could argue that we should probably change that to blue. Number 7, this one's huge. 113 at SR 404 in Georgetown. The project is huge. The right-of-way acquisition is wrapping up. I kind of feel like we bought and relocated half of Georgetown. All I can say is thanks to Monroe and his staff, the right-of-way acquisitions were tremendous for that project. We're hoping to get the utility relocations and construction started later this year on that one. Next down below that is 113 and 9. That's in preliminary stages of design. I'll jump down to number 15. That's Millsboro widening. That's also in the early stages of design. 14 in orange. That's North Millsboro bypass. Another huge project. That construction's actually wrapping up later this year, which is kind of freaking me out a little bit because it seems like they just started it. I'm sure Buckaloo's staff would say it feels like a lifetime, but to me, it seems like they built this thing in a matter of days. So thanks to all the construction folks. And then we also have a project around another roundabout down at 54 and Hudson that's currently in design. And again, these are not all the projects that we're working on. This is sort of just a sampling. Here's a really cool picture of the North Millsboro bypass. Pretty big project. Turning out really nice. Okay, US 9. Okay, US 9 corridor. Anybody that's been around a while knows we've been doing a lot of projects out there for quite a few years. We've built most of them already. I will jump down to number 1. It's showing up as completed. That's the first phase of Park Avenue relocation, and really just wrapped that one up. Turned out fantastic. Number 2 right up from it is Park Avenue relocation phase 2. And utility relocations are already underway, and we're hoping to get the roadway construction started in 2026. I'll jump up to the little green circle. Cave Neck, Hudson, Sweetbriar, another intersection improvement, another roundabout. Right-of-way acquisitions are ongoing. We're hoping to get utility relocations going in 25 and 26, and then hopefully the roadway construction in the fall of 26. Number 9. US 9 widening. It's currently in design, been coordinating with a lot of you folks in this room already. We're hoping to start acquiring a right of way this year and construction hopefully starting up in 27. Number 10, Plantation Road, under construction now. It's turning out fantastic. Roundabout's open to traffic. It's working really well. I'll jump up to number 12 is realignment of Old Orchard Road, West Coates Corner. The advanced utility relocations are ongoing right now. Hoping to get the roadway construction started this fall. This one's kind of a biggie. Number 13 is US 9 Kings Highway, Dartmouth to Freeman Highway. It's a huge project. A lot of utility coordination, a lot of right-of-way acquisition. We're hoping the right-of-way acquisition is going to get started this year. We're looking at probably 12 plus months of just aerial relocations. There's a lot of underground utilities as well, water lines, et cetera. So utility coordination is going to be a really big part of this project. Pretty cool picture of the roundabout on Park Avenue. All right, SR 24. Been working on that for a while. Most of them are already completed. We still have number 6 ongoing, which is 24 at Angola and Robinsonville. I already talked about number 10, number 1 and 2. That's Millsboro Bypass and Plantation. So let's see, I'll jump down here to number 2. That's Plantation Phase 2. Airport Road Extension. That project's coming. It's in the very, very, very early stages of design, but you'll definitely be seeing more of that one in the near future. So here's a pretty cool picture of 24. Well, it's under construction. And I think that's it. I told you I'd go through that as quick as I could. I know that was a lot of projects and we didn't go into much detail. You know, if we ever want to get into more detail, it would be a much longer presentation. And we certainly didn't address all the projects that we're working on, but gives you a sampling of what's coming. And maybe it gives you a little bit of a feeling of when, especially some of the big ones. So that being said, questions, comments? I also, by the way, I also have John Gaines and Brian Barons with me here this afternoon as well. You've probably all been working with the two of them on a lot of these projects already. So any questions, comments? And don't fall for all the hype. You don't have to ask a bunch of really stupid questions just because they're trying to peer pressure you into it.
Good try, Mike. Any questions from either Mike or Matt? All right, thank you both. Appreciate it.
All right.
All right, coming up back to the stage is Eric Simo to give some DelDOT updates and reminders.
That's right.
All right, guys, last one. Before I get into this presentation, just remember I do have the last poll everywhere question up. So please take a look at that and provide insight. We tried to keep those a little short and sweet for you this year. So some updates and reminders. We are working on a utility coordination certificate training right now. So essentially we're trying to develop it so folks have a better understanding for what we do and to provide a baseline for folks that are performing utility coordination activities, but also for all of our partners to participate in. It'll be good for utility companies and the various stakeholders within DelDOT to have a better understanding for the process, but especially for utility companies because it'll go through all the different requirements through our process. There's going to be several modules and it's going to span multiple days. We're hoping that we can pilot the training later this year. And here's some snapshots from some of the modules that have been created already. So it's not just a Delaware specific training, but it also talks about best practices that are nationwide. So you can see this slide is a great example. Early proactive engagement, partnering with utilities, avoiding impacts, the 3 C's, and everyone knows where everyone goes. If we could all live by that mantra, we'd all be doing really well. We are working on a new permitting system. For those that have been involved with, especially the Utility Coordination Council, this is something that has been talked about through the life of that group. But we have started that process. So we did have a kickoff meeting with our IT side of the world in the last few months, and there was just a meeting the other day about it. We don't have a schedule, or at least I don't have a schedule as to when we would have the new permitting system in place, but it is a high priority. It seems over the last month, it has become an even higher priority. We will bring companies into the loop as part of that development process, just like we did with the UPA when we were going through that process. So just want to make sure that's on your radar. Of course, I couldn't have discussions like this without bringing up GIS, because I feel like I get this out to you guys any opportunity I can at this point. This year we had the construction map that was shared with all the companies, at least the companies that get the monthly agendas. I feel like that was a good tool. It's the most in-depth map we, DelDOT, have put together up to this time to show you what projects are anticipated over 2025. So it's not just the large capital projects, it also included maintenance type projects. So that's the best effort that we've been able to do so far in getting that information out to you. We ask that you do the same thing, right? Everyone knows where everyone goes. We need to do a better job of coordinating work. So I think so far I've gotten, I'll say, a handful of responses from companies saying, hey, looking at this map, we have some planned work in this area. Can I get some more information? And we've worked through those. I feel we've done a good job with that. But considering that this map was statewide for the full year, a handful of companies was a bit of a surprise too. I expected there to be a little bit more questions and insight. And, oh, hey, by the way, we have these projects planned. So we all need to do a better job with that to try to make sure we understand the work that's coming up. Hopefully we can work together to avoid impacts. Again, it was shared out with everybody. And please continue to supply us with work locations that you have kind of for the future, even if it's not in that map, because it just helps us to better coordinate moving forward. Here's a snapshot of the map. So again, given the amount of locations that are identified on this map, a handful was good, but I did expect more people to reach out and say, oh, I have planned work in that area, or I'm thinking about working in that area. If utility companies have some kind of map like what I just showed for DelDOT of planned work locations, it would be really good to have high-level conversations about that. Much like we're trying to do with you guys, it would be good if companies would do that for us so that we can work through it. May even help on the permitting side. I know people like to talk about the permitting component, but if we can have high-level conversations, that may help those initiatives as well. And of course, we're always interested in obtaining GIS information from companies. High level, it would help us with just planning and coordination efforts as we're especially early in projects and trying to understand what companies may be involved. And I know, like, really thinking of the electric side of the world, even if there's like coverage maps to show, like, hey, here's the areas that Delmarva Power has, here's the areas that DEC has, sharing that type of information with us, if possible, in a GIS environment, helps us as well, right? So not just from a planning aspect, but who knows if there's an emergency and we have to figure out what companies we need to reach out to, or there's down poles. It makes it easier for us to understand we got to reach out to Delmarva as opposed to DEC, as opposed to the city of Milford. So the more information we have at our fingertips, the more responsive we can be to keep things moving. We have had some companies share information with us, and that is greatly appreciated. Here is a snapshot from a GIS map that myself and my coordinators have access to. And what you're looking at, the small purplish looking dots, those are all DEC poles. So DEC has shared their pole locations with us. The green is Eastern Shore. They were the first ones to share information with us, wherever Mark's sitting. There you go. Get that man some money. So that's appreciated. We also have Chesapeake information, and we have some other companies as well. So it is greatly appreciated. Again, you know, we're just looking at this to help us when we're kind of planning projects and initiating projects. It doesn't change the coordination that we're going to do throughout the life of the project, and us following up to get as detailed information on the location of utilities as possible. So we're still going to do everything we do on projects, going out and getting SUE and making sure we understand everything. But the more information we have, the more it helps. And I know Jason had mentioned this morning, you know, kind of taking a step back, it would be nice if there was some sort of database where information like this could be housed to make it easier for you guys as the utility companies trying to do your own design work, as DelDOT trying to do design work, and as any other engineering firm trying to do design work. Again, at least to get a basic understanding for what might be out there, and then to know who to talk to in order to coordinate the project. I'm not saying that that's what this is for. This is really just for DelDOT needs, and it's very limited access within DelDOT. Like I said, myself and my staff are the only ones that have access to this information. But it would probably be good. Everyone knows where everyone goes, then, you know, the likelihood of impacts goes down, and people can work better together, hopefully. I know everybody loves the utility regulation. I can promise nobody loves it more than me. But it is out for public comment right now. I've sent out the notifications. This is the link to the registrar's page that has the regulation out there. The comment period closes March 3rd. You can send me the written comments. Hopefully we don't get any, because we've been talking about this particular version for quite a while, and you know, we've made it perfect because that's what you guys want. So hopefully we don't get too many comments and we're able to push through and finalize it. That's all relative. There's still a process on the register side, which I couldn't explain to you. But even if I was to say at the end of March that we're good to go, it'll be months before it gets updated on the website. Buy America. So we couldn't get through this summit without having a conversation about this, but just so everybody's on the same page, the manufactured products waiver is gone. So I know I've put it in emails, I know I've put it in agendas, but it is gone. So it's being phased. So essentially for us, phase 1 is going to be for projects PS in need on or after October 25th. The final assembly of all manufactured products must occur in the US. And so the difference between the federal language and what I have on this slide is that term PS&E. I'm trying to relate what they said to what our process is. So for us, if a project is PS&E on or after October 1st, all of your manufactured products have to be assembled here in the US. Then phase 2 is going to take it a step further. A year later, the components of the products that are mined, produced, or manufactured in the U.S. must be greater than 55% of the total cost of all the components of the manufactured product, and it has to be assembled in the United States. Don't ask me what that means. Just means that the majority of it has to be produced in the United States, and it has to be assembled in the United States. So be aware, again, that one's a little later, but this is going to impact everybody, not just the utility companies. We DelDOT are impacted. So this is your opportunity to ask questions, provide comments.
All right, I gotta ask, how did you get the last one? You know what I'm gonna say. Federal highway in Maryland did not do that there.
Because that's what the law says. The law says it's only for utility work that is eligible for reimbursement. And I know my federal partners can't say much in this room, but if they are able to say that, it's only for work that's eligible for reimbursement. If there is no eligibility to reimburse that utility, they don't have to meet Buy America. So I know I don't want to harp on this, but this caused us issues on projects previously. When the manufactured products waiver was still in place. We can't have issues on projects moving forward. We have to work this out. So we need companies to take this a little more seriously maybe than what's been taken in the past and really look into this stuff. Because we've been trying to do the best we can at the Delaware level and at the national level to elevate our concerns with not just the manufactured product waiver going away, but with the changes in the Buy America side of things over the years. And if we don't hear anything, everybody just assumes everything's okay and the work's gonna go on. And then all of a sudden we have a project where we can't get an agreement signed for a year because all of a sudden it's a big deal, but we've been talking about it for 3. So let's get this stuff out of the way now. Please look into it. If we can't have the conversation now, we do want to have the conversation because we, DelDOT, definitely need to know how this impacts things moving forward and what we need to do to try to get over those speed bumps. Okay. I didn't expect anybody that, or honestly, I didn't expect the conversation.
For the utility,
Bill always has to talk.
For the utility owner representatives in the room, would you not seek reimbursement if you couldn't qualify under these? And are you self-certifying, or places like National Electric Safety Code, PHMSA, just the fiber itself and the fiberglass and the polypropylene that makes the conduit is all subject to this? People just seem to ignore it, but like Eric's been saying, we've been talking about it for 3 years. At least him I have. If anybody can answer that.
So Bill, I think the first part of your question was, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if you could not seek reimbursement, would you choose to not seek reimbursement versus having to deal with this? Right? That was your first question. Yeah. So I think my answer for the utility companies based on the conversations I've had with them over the years is they said, yeah, we would definitely be willing to forego any reimbursement as opposed to having to deal with this. But from a federal standpoint, it doesn't matter. Once you're eligible, you're locked in. So the only way for us to change that is to change the laws and take away any reimbursement potential. Not that we want to do that either, but I'm just saying, like, that's. So again, I didn't expect you guys to have all sorts of questions and want to talk about this, but it is very serious for us. We need you guys to take it seriously. We need you guys to do homework, and we need you guys to come back to us and let us know what kind of issues this is going to end up causing. Because we can't just decide when we're about to go to construction that the utility work isn't going to happen. That won't do our customers any service, and we all have the same customers. So
I got still another follow-up. So what Maryland SHA did was they wouldn't collect the cert on each packet, but the Office of Materials would randomly audit certain jobs in certain districts on certain dates and then go back to the utility company for that cert. How are you collecting that as a cert up front in your package, or you're waiting for after the fact?
So for all those that don't know, my friend Bill here is retired Maryland SHA. So he used to be in a very similar position to mine. We essentially, through our agreements, we're outlining the requirements of Buy America / BABA, and it's up to the utility companies to ensure that they're in compliance. We do require a certification form be submitted once they're done with their work, but it's essentially a self-certification type of scenario. They're not having to provide documentation. So yeah, we're handling that a little bit differently.
Eric, if I could just add on to that, we're also reviewing the changes with the manufactured products and talking with FHWA to figure out what they're looking for as far as certifications. Some of these things may change this year as we get through it, but we will be providing more guidance as the year progresses.
Yeah, so internally we have, I'll call it a working group because obviously we got lots of those. So there's a group internal to DelDOT that we're kind of talking through all of this Buy America, BABA stuff. And obviously the manufactured products waiver getting dropped has been a big one, and we're trying to wrap our heads around it. So, and Bill, our process could adapt to whatever comes out of this conversation too. But as of right now, that's how we handle it. That's how we handled it when the BABA stuff went into effect. So, yep. Any other comments or questions on that? I added the manufactured products definition in here. I'm not going to read this. In my world, it's you take two products and you put them together. It's a manufactured product, but you can read the specifics. It is pretty detailed. And then the source from CFR is provided there as well. We will have the presentation available at some point online for you guys, and then the recording will also be online through our website. So that was it, short and sweet. I know earlier George had mentioned about the MOT and work hours and coordinating that effort with our construction folks and through traffic. But just another reminder, when folks are out working in the right of way, make sure they got their vests on. Like, that's the minimum thing that we can do, and we're still having to tell people to put vests on. Like, come on. So please pass that along. All right. Anything else? We are way ahead of schedule because, you know, that's what we do in utilities. But yeah, we're open if there's any questions. Like, this is a great opportunity to have a discussion, to ask questions. I didn't bug you all like I did last year and trying to stand up here and really get people to talk, which is good for me. But this is your opportunity. So please, if there's any questions, anything, this is a great time to bring it up. Sean.
Do you have metrics to tell you how much BABA is going to cost you moving forward and how much time you're going to lose? Do you have any idea how that's really going to impact construction over the course of the next few years, decade?
I don't know. And from a utility perspective, that's where we really need our utility partners to provide that insight to us. Mark, I don't know. From even internal for DelDOT, we really don't know. Like, we have a feeling, and I think most people have this feeling, it's going to add a lot of time, cost, delays. we've seen it already. Like we had issues like that in the past, but
Day of construction is $1 million, like the purple one. That's $1 million for day one. You know what I mean? It's gonna put a lot of strain on it.
I mean, it got to the point in conversations when Baba was first coming in, where we were really looking at projects to figure out, do we need to stop doing advanced work, and do we need to have it be phase one of the contract? Because by introducing advanced work, one could say, well, hey, you know, that's a reimbursable expense. You're eligible now. And that's what we do, because that's essentially the guidance, or not the guidance, that's what the law says. And so we're being conservative, and that's what we're going with. But, you know, that opens a lot of companies up to being eligible for reimbursement, but they're really not getting paid for any of their permanent materials. They're just getting paid for temporary traffic devices. So, you know, maybe that gets rethought as part of this to help, but that's where it's difficult. And for us, the majority of reimbursement we do, I would say, is for advanced relocation work. Any work where a company is on easement, there's no way around it. You're impacted. You're going to have to meet Buy America. And some of the other less frequent situations where reimbursement comes into play, again, unless we change the law for some of those, you're going to be eligible for reimbursement. Like if a utility is moved within 10 years and we're hitting them again, by law, that's a reimbursable item. Whether you want the money or not, you're now eligible. You have to meet Buy America. So again, that's the types of things we start thinking through once we have a better understanding for how this impacts our utility partners and our projects and how things can move forward. All right, look, Becky's got a whole wad of cash back there, and she's really wanting to give that to people. Anything else? Yes, Rich. What did I? Look, he's really trying. Give that man some money. I thought lunch was good. Desserts were good. Great job. Never turned down cookies. Lenny.
What are you guys going to be doing with the poll EV results, and will that be shared at some point?
So at a minimum, I'll be reviewing them just for my pleasure. We should have taken an over or under for how many times Chuck's name gets mentioned. But no, the thought process was we would go through that. We have planning for this event and some other events. So, you know, at least the first two questions were related towards like some planning things, what went well, what didn't go well, and, you know, what do we need to focus on moving forward type things. So planning for this, but then, you know, maybe things we can work on through DelDOT. What I've done in the past is I've actually shared some of those survey results with like the Utility Coordination Council, because it's directly related to the things we talk about there. In years past, I've asked Buy America related questions. Don't think I didn't use that to go back to Federal Highway to say, hey, look, I have answers from folks, but that only gets you so far. And then the question that's out there right now, just looking for ideas. Like I want feedback from those of you in this room, utility companies included, like how can we do better? And if we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing, then what should the consequences be? Because quite frankly, that's accountability is one of the things that is on the agenda from a Utility Coordination Council standpoint, it is probably the absolute hardest item to tackle. So really that's where I'm going with that last question. So. Crickets. Sean, again, man, Sean's racking up the money. I hope you guys are giving him money.
I've heard twice now that, or at least I've heard it whispered twice here, and then last year, I think someone mentioned it, that there are laws in place, specifically Homeland Security rules, that prevent you from sharing utility information. Is that true? Are there really rules that prevent you from sharing utility information in the public space?
So I'm sure that there are people that are much better fit to answer this question in this room than I am, but I'm going to give you what I know. Yes, there are laws. There is the Homeland Security law, but it is very specific. And in my opinion, because I'm not a lawyer, but my opinion is that I think some companies are over-interpreting what that says. Like, there are ways for us to share information. We're not asking for your sensitive information. Like, just as an example, I'm not asking you where your wellheads are. Like, so I think that, and we're doing research on this at a national level, and this question is posed at a national level, but I think in some cases it's being used as a shield, but we can share information. And the requirement for a utility company to be in our right-of-way, to be allowed in our right-of-way, is that they share information with us and that they provide information for all of our projects that goes into our plan set. If somebody really wanted to, they could go through official channels to get DelDOT's plan sets and figure out where the utilities are. I mean, like, at a high level, if we can't provide the information, then we can start questioning, well, should you even be allowed in the right-of-way? Because that was one of the major reasons that you were allowed in, was that you were going to share information. So,
Sean, gas really does not underhead. And I can tell you that South Jersey Gas, they spent 4 months marking up 30 miles of markups. So it was like, here's a hypothetical of where they're at. We can't tell you where they're at. Gas really hides behind that. But just like with DOT, you signed a non-disclosure, got it. And all the DOT, like Eric mentioned, all the DOTs were trying to follow what Colorado does. Utah, you even have to draw on a map where you want to place your utility, and it shows all the other utilities. Because you want to avoid them, or you're should be doing Sue like that. So, you know what I mean? So we got to get to a better place.
Yeah, and the non-disclosure agreement side, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I'll make this statement for everybody in the audience. That is a very tricky topic for state government, because there is certain language that we will never be able to agree to. Never. And I'm looking at Ken. Ken's in the room. Ken's one of our DAGs. So, but there's just language, us as DelDOT, we will never be able to sign off on. And with some companies, if they're asking us to sign an NDA for like sharing GIS information, maybe we can work through that. But there have been companies where we've tried and we can't resolve that language. So we can never go into agreement with them. And I'll go a step further. And Jason, I haven't been able to pinpoint you in the audience yet. There you go. Thank you. There you are. I got you now. You're on my radar. But one interesting thing that came up the other day, which was a first that I was told about, it wasn't me directly, but even for a Delmarva 811 design ticket the other day, we could not get information for that design ticket without an NDA being signed. In my world, that's not okay. Like, again, if you're in the right of way, you're supposed to share your data. You're doing a whole lot of people disservice by not providing information on where your facilities are. That circumvents the whole safety side of things. And again, that's my opinion. I know I'm being recorded, so. Anything else? Look, you've got me captive here. I'll tell you how it is, even when I'm being recorded. It's all Chuck's fault anyway.
Hey, Eric, of all the things we're all together across this country.
I did not pay Bill, by the way.
I want to network.
He wins one of these swag bags.
So this has been burning me up, and I wanted to text you before I got here. You're not on the Utility Infrastructure Data Exchange and Security Committee, but you're leading to everything that they're talking about. And with Ken's help, I'm in that committee. Been trying for a while now, and it was all the people we work with at AASHTO, Phil Meeson, everybody. Like, they're federated data, just like the National Weather System. I think we're going to get there. Are you involved with that one?
I only have so much time, man.
My next question for Eric is going to be your co-chair of everything. How do you?
I only have so much time, man. And for those that don't know, my wife and kids definitely play a huge role in my life. So there's only so much time. You're lucky I didn't have all sorts of kids' pictures and wrestling this, wrestling that. All right, guys. Got me on the hot seat, at least for a little bit longer. Becky still has lots of money in her hands.
Jason's got a question. He's giving up his location.
Dad joke time.
No dad jokes. So maybe 2 years ago at the summit, there was a presentation about the electric charging stations that needed to be sprinkled about the state.
Thanks, Jason.
So Eric, since you only have a few minutes left, just if you could elaborate on that, I'd really appreciate it.
I don't really have anything I can say on that because I haven't been involved with it. And I know from a federal standpoint, it seems like there's potentially changes. So I don't know if anybody in the audience has any insight. I'm looking back at Mark. I don't know if there's any updates on the EV side of things. Doesn't sound like it.
My comment would be, it's really weird for the feds to put DOT as the channel of money. So it never got placed in the correct office. The DelDOT didn't take care of it. SHA's planning was supposed to, but it fell back on me. Just like Eric's telling me, it was like, just like small cells, kind of like fell back on us until somebody else said, oh, this doesn't belong to Bill, it's planning. And you got to satisfy that law and you're stuck. You're stuck.
And I know I've made mention in our several different meetings, but the new renewable energy law is also in effect allowing for folks that qualify to run renewable interconnection facilities in our right of way. So just as an example, connecting like a solar farm to a substation, that electric can now be run in our right of way. So just like small wireless a number of years ago, that is now another entity that's going to be competing for the right of way. So just be aware, you know, we're making them, if folks come in, we're making them go through all the right processes so that then for the long term, hopefully we're getting good information and good locates, but just be aware. So. All right, folks, I'm not going to keep begging. Thank you all for coming. We'll turn it over to Monroe.
All right, thanks, Eric. So before we get into the prizes, just a couple of housekeeping items. When you leave, could you just place your name tag? There's a box outside. We're out here in the lobby with where the registration tables are. If you leave your name tag there, we would appreciate it. Just a reminder, PDH credit. So hopefully you sign in both this morning and this afternoon. You will receive within the next week an evaluation form. In order to get credit, you need to complete the evaluation and submit it by the deadline. Bless you. I want to do a couple of thank yous. I'm going to change the order a little bit. I want to recognize our utility section first.
Eric, Debbie, John, Rich, Becky, and Monica. These are a hand. So full disclosure, after every summit, about 2 or 3 weeks afterwards, we look at all the feedback, all the comment forums, and we sit down and go through them. Going to Lenny's comment, we do go through the poll everywhere, we evaluate it. And that's reflected in today as far as some of the changes we've made and how we revamped kind of the program or the agenda. We met throughout the year, primarily like May, June, I think in September, to really come up with a comprehensive agenda that takes into account a lot of your comments and concerns that you've had over like last year, but even previous years. So we do take it seriously, but it's kudos to the folks that I just mentioned as far as their hard work in making today successful. Be remiss not to thank DelTech, the staff, as well as the technical team for performing today. UDT Square Center, Rusty, Matt, Tiffany, and I'd be remiss not to mention Sandy Wolf, who's retired. We appreciate all her help over the years, and we wish her well in retirement, from my understanding. Lighthouse Catering, I think was mentioned, but again, thank you. This is our second event. We have, Eric mentioned, we have 3 events in February. We had our annual DelDOT Winter Workshop 2 weeks ago, today's Utility Summit, and then on Thursday, we have our Construction Lessons Learned. So a lot of work has gone in, and we appreciate Lighthouse Catering for helping with all 3. Our DelDOT IT team in the back, appreciate you guys coming out and helping and assisting wherever you can. We always appreciate and we always rely on you, so thank you. All the presenters today. I know it takes time, having presented and other stuff. There's a lot of time and commitment, so we want to thank you for that, and thank you for your time today and sharing some of your expertise. Let me make sure I get everyone. Our OPM, our Office of Performance Management. I'm not going to mention the names because I know I will forget somebody, but you know who you are. So like I mentioned, we have 3 events every year. We started meeting back in the summertime, late summer, to plan to coordinate everything. So again, this is the second event that we've had, and both have been very successful, and we only look for the same thing come Thursday. But I want to thank the team for allowing us to collaborate and to work together on all 3 events at the same time. And then lastly, I want to thank you all coming here, you all as attendees for attending today, and we appreciate your time. I know you have a lot on your plate, but we appreciate you taking time out today to come share some thoughts and share some ideas with us. So hopefully I didn't miss anybody. If I did, it's because of my head, not my heart, and we thank you for that. So without further ado, let's do the DelDOT Bucks. So if you could stand if you have at least 2. If you have 2, please stand. Everybody that has at least 2. All right, how about 3? If you don't have 3, you can sit. 4, 5, 6. All right, so down to Bill. Bill, you're the winner. So Bill is the winner. He gets some swag. We have 2. So I think it was Bill and I think George. I think you were the last individual standing. What's that? I don't care who you give it to. So we'll give it to those 2. And then lastly, if you can take a moment, look under your chair that you're sitting in or the chair that's vacant next to you. There may be a star under there. Please look to see if you have that. Great. Okay, we have one here. So if you have a star, bring it up. If you have a star, come on up. There should be, what, 4? Should be 3. We got Jay. I know there was another person over here. You got, what is that? Oh, okay. No, it's a red star. So there's still one missing. There it comes. All right. So for everyone else, thank you. Have a good rest of the day, and please drive safely. Thank you.